point. I could.
In the zone, here I go. In the zone, here I go. In the zone, here I go. Yeah, they know I'm a pro. Let's go, let's go. Yeah. Let's go. If I go, I'ma get. When I flow, I'ma hit. And I know I'm the kid. I'm a soul, don't forget. I'ma blow up winning. Got my flow so vivid. Here we go, just beginning. Yeah, I throw every inning. Got my flow so legit. All I know is my shit. Here I go, they come with. Post Malone in this bitch. Rock star making hits. Got guitar in this shit. Leaving scars cause we lit. All these bars that I spit. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. Let's go. If I know what I want, then I know what I get. If I go, they come with, cause they know I get lit. I'm a pro, not a myth, and my flow got some wit. Never slow, drink a fit. I get hype, I get lit. Here I go, I get lit. Here I go, I get lit. Here I go, I get lit. I get hype for the shit. Here I go, I get lit. Here I go, I get lit. Here I go, I get lit. I get hype for the shit. Right.
Appreciate you. Yo, awesome looking vacation you just took there, bro. Happy birthday.
For real, for real, for real. What's going on, everybody? It's the Nukkle Hedd Podcast. You know what time it is, baby. It's your boy Toe Tags in the building. Holla at us.
And I'm here. It's me, Cabs. Cabs One Up. You can find me on Instagram, CABBZ1Up. Just how it sounds. Just another good episode. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready. Always ready.
As always, the local nerd rocking the 70s porn stash today. Cat.
Yo, can we get a big win for that? Fuck yeah.
Yeah. No socials for me. You can only find me right here on the Comic Book Podcast or the Movie Podcast. The only place you can find me.
Shit, I need to. Okay.
Smooth, always ready, steady. Let's do this.
Oh, Mom Spaghetti. Yeah,
Yeah.
out of here first.
I'm gonna need to get that DJ fucking clue bomb for this shit.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
'cause-
sure everybody's tired of the beep 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 by now.
No. We don't get tired of the bip, 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 but that shit is a staple over here. But a flex bomb after the porn stash would have been epic, though.
It would have been.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
I had it. I don't know. I don't know who fucking touched my shit, but I had it. Fucking show. And always show's running late. He might not make it. You know how that goes. Cry him a river. It's fucking Tuesday nights, and you know what time that is. We got a special one for you today. Cap is gonna take the lead on this one. So go ahead, Cap.
So for tonight, I thought I'd have a little bit of interesting discussion going on here. We got into a little bit of a tete-a-tete, as they call it, about, what heroes would do when we were discussing the snap. So I thought it'd be good if we could take a critical look at some vigilantes and just use a real world filter just to examine them closely. And this is not to change anybody's mind. There's heroes that I'm going to bring up. If you love the hero, that is great. We're not trying to change anybody's mind. We're just trying to take a little bit of a deep dive look into them.
For sure.
And, maybe you'll gain a little bit more understanding within yourselves on to why you like a certain character. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. You know me, I always try to go deeper than just the surface shit.
Who are the characters that we're focusing on today?
So we're going to be talking about Daredevil, as you see on screen right now, Batman, Nightwing,
Ooh.
Ghost Rider, and Spider-Man.
There it is.
Yeah, I found it. I just gotta put it in.
I'm very interested in the Spider-Man conversation in this, because Spider-Man is a vigilante. Look, you gotta call it what it is. But he's also so friendly that people might not view him in that light. So I'm very interested to see where this is gonna go. I'm excited. The minute you said that this was the talk today, I was hyped. I was very hyped.
So just to give a little bit of context so what we're doing is we're gonna take out the fact that the comics call them heroes, because I mean they have to. They're the protagonists of their stories. So we already know that they're labeled as heroes. We're gonna go a little bit deeper than that. And for me, in the comics, a vigilante is somebody who doesn't work with any type of law enforcement.
Correct.
So like Batman works alongside, but he's not part of Gotham PD. Whereas Captain America works with SHIELD.
Yeah.
So he just, even though he might do the same things, he's not a vigilante. So that's where I'm splitting the difference.
That's where we draw the line.
And then stay tuned for the anti-hero discussion, because that's a whole other thing there.
Yeah.
We'll do that sooner. We'll do that soon.
All right, so we can get right into it. So we'll start off here with Batman. Everybody's famous, favorite crime fighter. So here's where I'm coming at him not really being a hero. All right? If you see me looking down, I actually have things written out because I want to try to make sure that my points are clear.
Preparation.
And we're all understanding what we're doing here. But so Batman, he quite literally gets chased by the cops. Like Jim Gordon and a few other cops are his close allies, but the rest actually hate him. They actually try to arrest him most of the time when he does shit. His methods in real life would never lead to an arrest. He never has due process. He never has a warrant for anything. He just shows up. He shows up when people aren't doing shit illegally, and he still tries to get them arrested. What else do I got here?
Are we calling Batman a Karen? Just calling the cops on motherfuckers barbecuing and shit. Damn, Karen. His actions led to his best friend turned into Two-Face, Harvey Dent. Went psycho and all that shit happened. So he's in a realm of corrupt cops, as they tell us in Gotham. But yet, he's made Commissioner Gordon possibly the most corrupt of them all, because Gordon circumvents a whole bunch of shit just because Batman tells him. Which is worse than the cops getting paid off, because that means he's doing it from his own moral standpoint. And then last but not least, his treatment of orphan males, as we mentioned from time to time, is horrendous. What he does. Including
So
his damn
we'll
son.
start with that. Let's see what you guys thoughts, comments.
It's so easy to pick on Batman, right? And it's the concept that I think we've all spoken about here. Like, Batman never left that damn alley. You know what I mean? And we'll talk about Spider-Man later on. And I think in a weird way, Spider-Man has just been able to deal with his loss just a little better than Bruce Wayne. But you're absolutely right. I mean, first of all, let's go to the orphan boys. Like, Jesus, dude. Like, it's funny because a lot of like Nightwing and all of that stuff, like him, didn't he like kick him out? Didn't Batman kick out Robin? Like, yo, you can't crime fight with me no more, bro. You got too much going on. Meanwhile, this kid is in school. Like, yo, let him go to college, bro. Let him get an education. Like, Batman is also a pretty smart dude. You know what I'm saying? Why can't you let my mans go to school right quick? He's like, no, I need you here in the Batcave all day. He's like, bro, can I have a life? Yeah, Batman is, man, I'm telling you, the more and more I talk about Batman here, the more I'm like, fuck, why I like this guy. I guess it's because he's a little bit of all of us. He's a little crazy. But yeah, you're totally right. He they're always chasing him. But I mean, I think he likes, and I'll bring this back to you guys. I'll bring it to you, Led. I think he likes not being the hero. Like that's like his thing, though, right? You know, what do you think, Led?
He's definitely, well, he's like, we compare him to his greatest counterpoint in heroes, heroes is Superman. He loves not being that symbol for, like, so everything is good, everything is light. He's like, this is the way I deal with it. He has been dealing with that trauma from that alley his whole life, ever since it happened. And at no point did he try to get some help. He knows that Dr. Leslie. He knows an actual doctor and a therapist. And at no point did he figure, maybe I should go talk to her. One of the best therapists in Gotham.
He set up a session.
He knows her personally. The woman knows her father. He knows her father. You could have easily been like, listen, I can help you out. I know your dad. I know your mom. Like we work close together. He said, no, fuck that. I'm going to fly around the world, be the greatest martial artist ever, and all this shit with no powers. And I'm going to use all my money to build this great tech instead of just going to a therapist that would have cost him nothing because she loves him. She absolutely loves the kid. And she still loves him to this day. But at no point did you guys, let me sit down with this lady and discuss what the fuck is wrong with me. No point. But I think you're right. I think he loves being not the good guy in a sense. You know what I mean? He loves being the counterpoint to a guy like Superman or anybody else or Green Lantern that's seen differently. But to me is he a criminal? Absolutely. Is Superman a criminal? They're all criminals at the end of the day.
They're all criminals, yeah.
They're all criminals. Because, like you said, unless you with S.H.I.E.L.D. or with Cadmus like them or Star Labs or like Barry Allen, a lot of times he works with and for Star Labs. So don't really count him. But everybody else, you're pretty much a criminal. You know what I mean? And for him, he's the ultimate one because he never sees himself as being part of a team. He's always separate. Even with the team that he builds, he's always alone. So he has to do it by himself. He works with the cops, yet he doesn't work with the cops. He works with the Bat family, yet he doesn't. And then he uses everybody with that trauma and that intelligence. He pretty much puts the trauma and intelligence together to manipulate everybody around him. And he does it masterfully, by the way. Like, everybody's playing checkers. Batman is playing, like, 3D chess like Sheldon. He's on some checkmate. You know what I mean? And on top of being a criminal, he's a manipulator. So he's all kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
All kinds of fucked up.
So what do you think?
All right. First off, what's going on, guys? Everybody in the chat. Jason LaFlaca shows in the chat, listening to everything. So by the time he gets here, he should be up to speed. All right. Cap, did you give the definition of vigilante or no?
Mm-hmm.
No, I did not, because I mean, I can give the definition.
I have it. If you want me to, yeah. All right. So a member of a self-appointed group of citizens who undertake law enforcement in their community without legal authority, typically because legal agencies are thought to be inadequate.
Shout out the Guardians from New York. Shout out to them. Shout out to them. They was really trying to clean up the streets back in the day.
Yeah. So by definition, Batman is like a major vigilante. But the thing that y'all failed to realize is that he may have never left the alley, but he's doing something in his own way to finish what his father started. Because his father wanted to clean up Gotham. But he wanted to do it like the legal way and the political way and all that other stuff. But Bruce Wayne realized in his travels and the way Gotham is, aka the Bronx, or a bad neighborhood that you want to know that you got to go to, is that he's trying to change everything by fear. If he is the most feared thing in that city, then everybody calms down, right? So that's why he's turned into the Batman. That's pretty much his motive, to make the city better, but to do it as the most feared thing in there. That's why he's a bat. But him working with Gordon, even though you said Gordon, doesn't go through procedure because Batman did all this shit, Batman doesn't have any legal claim, or he doesn't have to follow any laws. Like a police he doesn't need
No,
a
no
warrant to,
jurisdiction. No
yeah.
jurisdiction.
He doesn't need a warrant to get into your house. He doesn't need probable cause to search you. Most of the time, he is stopping someone from doing something, and the people he's going after, you know, he's doing something. Like the Black Mask isn't walking the streets at night just to get home. Like he's doing some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Batman is a way to circumvent all that, because if you don't know warrant, but yo, there's a big ass noise and disturbance in downtown Gotham, we gotta go get it, and these fucking guys are caught in the vote because of Batman, you made my job easier. You know?
And also, like, you know, this is a man with unlimited resources.
This is true.
You know, and it's you know, if that's the thing, you're right. He is doing it by fear. This is one of my favorite parts of Batman as a whole, is that whole like mobster gangster feel to it. And you know, any of the big dog mobsters and gangsters, you know, your Capones and all of that will tell you, like Sonny from A Bronx Tale. It's about the fear. You know, he took the bat. He used his own fear and projected it on others. And although you're like, yeah, like he never left that alley, and that does kind of fry his brain sometime, it is all rooted in good, you know, and that's the thing about a vigilante. So there's that. That's why the term vigilante is so interesting, because yes, you're not a hero, but you're not a bad guy either. And you know, you're right there in the middle, where I might go above and beyond a little bit, but it is for a good reason. So then but you know, Batman, even though he will break your bones and shatter you, yeah, he's not gonna kill you. And that's where the line is drawn from, like Madman, like Thanos and them. That's where the line is drawn between Madman and Vigilante. And I think it's a very important line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here's a question I have for the group here. So let's throw this, like I said, in a real world context, right? Do you think if somebody were to be like Batman, it would be beneficial to us here, knowing that most of the shit he would do would not get anybody actually arrested or sent to trial, because DAs would be like, yo, you skipped a whole bunch of steps. and or knowing that his actions would cause escalation from the bad guys or from the criminal. So with that in mind, can we actually see Batman actually working in a real world setting?
I mean, it sort of worked in New York with the Guardian Angels. You know, these guys took it to themselves to try and clean up the streets, and I guess in a weird way, you know, not in a weird way, but I mean, it kind of woke up some other people, whether in politics or government or, you know, the NYPD, and it was like, yo, we really need to do something when the people. So that's the thing, man. Nowadays, in this crazy, you know, sad and racially charged 2021 and everything that's happened the last couple of years and everything, maybe a hope symbol would actually not be that bad for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, there is due process and things like that Batman won't follow. But you know what? We'll hand you to the courts, and then you take care of the rest, like in a Dark Knight when he leaves the Asian cat for his day. Like, please hand over to Commissioner Gordon, and then Commissioner Gordon will take the rest of it. Now, will the world be good with it? Will the government be good with it? Shit, at this point, do we have any other options? Let's try anything. Just make sure you're not wearing hockey pads, like, you know what I'm saying? Wear some real armor, because shit is serious. And motherfuckers will shoot you really quick. And let me tell you, motherfuckers in the Bronx got night vision. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Regular street dudes that be in the corner will see 3 cops hitting in the shadows over there. And, you know, so Batman, you better be careful in the Bronx, because motherfuckers will shoot. Make sure you got some Kevlar on.
Like, what do you think?
Well, I think we were skipping a major point. Batman is extremely educated. And the law is something he really wanted to make sure he understood.
Correct.
Now, if we're talking about real world application, right? If this guy's as intelligent as he is in the real world as he is in the comics, he understands what he's doing. He didn't jump into this shit, ass naked and said, "I'm doing this shit. Let's do this." This was a process that's been developing for years. He honed all his skills. He understood it from being a detective to actual law school. This is the part people forget. And I understand there's a due process, but I know there's a way he'll figure out how the evidence could connect, even though he's stopping them before or he's doing it during it, or even at the end of it. You know what I mean? So we have to understand that this is an individual that truly understands the law and every level of it, So when he's dropping somebody off in front of City Hall or let's say the Tombs, this is not a surprise to him. There is like Daredevil. There will be evidence stuck to him. Like, hey, listen.
For anybody watching, not from New York, the Tombs is Central Bookings.
Yes,
okay?
exactly. I apologize. Yeah. No, wait a little too well.
Yeah,
it's pretty much where
you New York
get held until you either you go to they take you to court and then you can leave, or you're going to Rikers or possibly upstate and you're fucked, pretty much. What I'm trying to say is that this is a man that's educated in the law, so he understands how it works. So he's not going to go out there and beat the shit out of somebody without understanding, listen, if I do this, it has to lead to an arrest. I can't just do it because it makes me feel good. That was probably him year one, the first year he did it. But a veteran of the game, I think he would understand how to make it work. And like Cab said, the way this world has been a shit show lately, let's throw it on the wall and see what sticks at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, if anybody has a better idea, I'm game.
Yeah, you don't see the videos during the riots, like all the riots when Batman's just pulling up, just some guy in a suit, and everybody's like, ah! Like, imagine this was a real person who could get busy. And again, like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, you guys are idiots. Oh, there can't be a real Batman. I mean, I'm telling you, look up the Guardian Angels from New York. It's a group of about like 20 dudes with red t-shirts and red berets and sticks, essentially. Taking some of trying to take some of these bad guys down, protecting their neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Can one guy do it alone? Maybe with the right technology, of course. But again, there are these hope symbols. I mean, and even on some low-level shit, like, it's funny too, because we also need to look at the bad people, right? Back in the day, although, gangsters and people, poisoning the community, selling drugs and all of that, a lot of the gangsters I grew up around, not that they were decent people, I'm not going to say that. They were criminals. Let's just call them what they are. But they did a lot of good shit for the neighborhoods too, you know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers is doing book bag drives and handing turkeys out, you know what I'm saying, at Thanksgiving. The ice cream truck pulled up, they lining up all the kids like, yo, ice cream for you, ice cream for you. Now, so we got to look at the type of bad people that we're dealing with here, you know what I'm saying? And I think in a weird way, like, if you can have people that like will just stand up for their neighborhood, their community, and you give them a couple dollars and some gadgets and shit, hey, you never know. It might work. Will he get shot and probably die in about a year or two? Possibly. And then we'll just have somebody take up the mantle, and we'll get into Nightwing later.
Tob, what do you think, man?
I actually disagree with Oli. Well, with Oli, because I think at this point in time, we don't need another person running around the streets telling us what we can and cannot do. You know what I'm saying? Like, also because in my mind, I'm sitting here going, who's this guy going after? He's going after us. So it's already racial bias going on, and that's the problem we have with the police. So now you have a guy with tech, based off of what Kaz is saying, or a group of people with weapons trying to make the city safe, going after us. So
what would he be going after you? You're not out there committing no crime.
Statistically, we're the crime is. You know what I'm saying? Because there's more drugs in upstate New York and all, in the rich neighborhoods than there are in the rural neighborhoods, but we're the ones that get arrested for it.
We outside. We outside with it.
You know what I'm saying?
They got a more intricate system.
Yeah,
you're saying.
When police officers need to arrest people, they come to our neighborhoods. They look for us. So when you have a vigilante that's looking for criminals, the statistics, he's coming to us.
So basically, what you're saying is that if there is a real life Batman, he would have to be either black or Hispanic.
No, if there's a real life Batman, he would have to be almost like a Harvey Dent, or someone who's not coming after us with violence, where he's trying to change the neighborhood, like let's say like
by force.
Well, it's difficult to say because the bad neighborhoods are also that bad anymore.
Yo, Brooklyn.
No, but like we go into the 80s, the 70s, 80s, it's a different time now.
Where all of New York was bad.
and the major reason why most of the stuff is bad here is because there's the level of income. So like how can you have somebody come in here stopping someone who's legitimately trying to do something just to get something to eat, but then you have people who do sell drugs and all that, but then if they're selling weed, that's legal. So is Batman gonna stop the weed seller who was technically legal, and technically we're not going after them anymore?
Like, Batman, you broke my fucking arm. I just sold this kid a dub.
You know what I'm saying? Because to be honest with you, there's no reign on the police. They can do whatever they want.
Technically.
So we have a vigilante running around doing whatever he wants. That has no limits.
So that's the good thing about vigilantes, because they also understand that nasty side of the law too, which is why they're taking it upon themselves to try to go above and beyond the law. Like, I hear you, man. If we have some motherfuckers running out there just taking everybody down, yes, I would be concerned. Absolutely. But if it's a person doing it from again a good place in their heart, like bro, look away to me selling this dub, but maybe if you are seeing some guy chasing some girl into an alley, or some dudes chasing some other guy into an alley, and maybe you stop that. I see what you're saying though, bro. Like, I don't want to be chilling and Batman just pull up. What are you guys doing? Like, yo, Batman, like, we just chilling. This is my building, bro. Like, chill out. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because to be honest with you, it's more like a protector, yes. And that's what the police are supposed to do, protect and serve. So if we had more of them around to protect us, that would be better. But I honestly think that besides a vigilante, we would need someone who can take people's skills. Like, let's say the drug dealers, right? They're businessmen, technically. I've seen in some documentaries, some of these high-level drug dealers have the same amount of knowledge based, for some high-level CEOs on how to run the company. So
sure.
If we get somebody that can take these people's skills that are in low-level income neighborhoods or the worst neighborhoods and turn that shit around where everybody can benefit from that, that's how you would make the neighborhood safe. Why would you need to rob me if we all have money? So you're basically
more in the ballpark of like not necessarily a vigilante, but more like a Robin Hood type of deal.
Something like that. Yeah. It's we're not necessarily stealing from the rich, but we're making our own wealth.
You don't want Batman. You want Bruce Wayne.
Yes.
Yes.
I hear you.
Good point, Lee. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually leads perfectly into the next guy. So the next guy is Daredevil.
Oh, so a legit lawyer. He's
a lawyer by day, crime fighter at night, right? But he chooses to be an ineffectual lawyer. He mostly takes on pro bono cases that often results in failure, because afterwards he has to go rectify his shit with the guy in the alleyway at night. Then he goes out, like I said, and goes out and gets revenge. His actions have actually led him to be imprisoned twice. He's literally been sent to jail twice. His intelligence and skills will make him a great lawyer that can actually do some good and actually pull away convictions and put criminals off the streets, but he refuses to do so. Thoughts?
So is he doing it So is he a lawyer just to kind of get his rocks off? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, be that lawyer. You're not necessarily putting anybody away, but I'm gonna do this little lawyer thing, and then I'm gonna go handle it myself at night. Is that what you're trying to say?
So what I'm trying to say is he out of the goodness of his heart chose to be a pro bono lawyer and chose to help the people that can't afford the high priced lawyers to help them out legally. But in doing so, he actually fails more times than not. Then he needs to rectify that by going after the defendants or the bad guys.
Yeah, the real criminals.
Yeah, the real criminals on his own. And what I'm saying is he actually can affect real change. And he can still do his pro bono work, but if he actually did defense attorney, or not defense attorney, if he was actually in the DA's office,
Like a prosecutor.
not the DA, but if he was one of the lawyers in there, his investigation skills, his ability to know if people are lying, so he could push questioning a certain way to get the truth out of them in court, he can actually be really effective. But I mean, of course, the writer's doing it, but he never does that. Instead, he literally prefers to go out and beat the shit out of people. And like I said, that action has led to him being imprisoned himself. So my argument for him was he's not really a hero, because I can't save you when I beat the shit out of the guy after he already kicked your ass.
So then it's funny because now we're at the space where we look at how these two vigilantes came about. Where, I don't want to say that Bruce's situation was, what is the word I'm looking for? Like biased to him, or like out of his own like greed, not greed, but like out of his own turmoil for his parents. I mean, his parents are dead, but he became this vigilante because of something personal that happened to him. Whereas Daredevil became who he is, trying to save somebody. You know what I'm saying? He saw blind dude. It depends which you're looking at, the old comics or the new ones, depending on what you're looking at. But most of the stories are the same, where he he pushed the blind guy out of the way of that truck with the ooze in it, and that's where we'll talk about the turtles later on. But and then he had that. So you have two vigilantes trying to do the same thing, born out of two totally different situations. You know what I'm saying? So, and then maybe in a weird way that kind of sparked, well, you know what? Let me pursue the law side of things. But when that doesn't work, let me go ahead and beat some criminals up too, where Batman's just beating people up, which is why I think Toe is like, yeah, I don't know about this Batman guy, man. I ain't trying to get my leg broken for walking to the store and buying a Black and Mild. You know what I'm saying? Like chill, Batman. I see what you guys are saying. Now I didn't know that we were gonna like if I were to pick between who would be better for, like, let's say New York. Oh, 100% Daredevil. He's a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? And although it doesn't always work out in his favor, he does try to rectify the situation, like you said, by beating people up. And of course, and watching that Netflix show, boy, does he beat them up. Yeah. Boy.
Don't ever be in a hallway with him.
No. That's just bad for you. Like he just knows how to, man. Some of those fight scenes in them tight corridors, really good in that show. I gotta go back and finish that damn show, bro. I only watched the first season, like a couple episodes.
Oh, you're gonna love the second one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for many reasons. Many reasons. The third one, I really like the third one. I feel like the characters built up better. I feel like the writing just got even more better. That's because of Bullseye or whatever. But anyway, yeah.
I heard Bullseye's really good on the show.
He's really good. He's really good.
Now, is he good? And I'll let you go and back to the topic. Is he good? Is he good because Colin Farrell was so bad, or is he good because he's good?
No, he's good because they really stuck to his story.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean? So they gave that story, not the shit we saw.
Cool.
Back in our day. Not that shit show. Yeah. So, all right. My whole thing with Daredevil is people forget Also another one born out of tragedy as well. Because at the end of the day, he did promise his father
Yes.
he would finish law school.
Yes.
And then his father got killed because he wouldn't throw the fight or whatever. You know, we all
Yep.
know. If you don't know the origin, look it up because I'm not going through it. That's ridiculous. But he did promise his father that I will finish law school, and he excelled, which he did very well. You know, and yes, his batting average in the courtroom is horrible, but he has seen, even with his talent and his skills, people get off.
He's also taking some pretty rough cases most of the time.
Absolutely correct. Yeah,
You know,
he's taking like Ab said, he's taking some
Yeah.
bro, some poor bro, some of those cases. You're like, yo, why? And he's like, yo, I got to give it a shot. You never know. But there's been cases in the comics where he's done everything he can, and he still got off because they have the power, they have the juice, they know somebody, they paid off a judge. Then where does that leave you?
to the streets.
This person is fucked.
To
You know
the
what I mean?
streets.
You know what I'm saying? This person is legitimately fucked because, oh, your daddy has a silver spoon up his ass and yours. So no matter how hard I try, you know what I mean? And I'm not justifying it either way. Do I prefer one over the other? Absolutely. But this is my take. You know what I'm saying? That's my view. And I've been in the streets long enough to see how it goes. You know what I mean? But to say the way he goes about it is horrendous, no. I feel like he should probably make a better effort for the law part.
Yeah.
But if that goes left, and this is another way you know how to deal with it, listen, it gets dealt with. Is it probably the most efficient? Absolutely not. But is it being dealt with? It is.
Nothing's
You know what I
efficient.
mean?
Nothing's
Yo,
efficient
sometimes
anymore.
you can stretch the law only but so far until you have to answer it in another way. It's that quote, sometimes the law is inadequate. And it's really true. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the law, like, get off on technicality, you get off, you assault somebody, but you get parole at home.
Yeah, Bill
pretty fucked
Cosby's
up.
about to get a comedy special.
Yeah.
Or like a TV show. It's like,
You know what I'm saying?
okay,
And
guys.
how many cases were
sure.
built against him? We
Send,
talking about
Ba-
like
send
60
Batman,
something damn cases.
send Batman and Daredevil to his ass. I mean,
Like 60 cases, bro.
just be stupid.
And
girls
all
lie.
he did
Girls
was
lie. Battle girls lie.
he avoided COVID because he's an older gentleman. He's an older man. So, and that by itself should let you know
One
that
second.
sometimes you got to go left. You know what I mean? I'm not saying would I prefer it? Me? Absolutely. But can you try the law a little bit better? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I can understand both sides of it. I tried the law, and you're right, Cap. Sometimes you might not try. Go, like, I just want to beat the shit out of this dude. Just like a dick. But there's a lot of times where he has tried the law, and the other way is the way to answer it. You know.
I told what you got.
I got a question because I'm not sure if I got something mixed up. Did you say that he intentionally fucks up the trial to
Yeah,
fuck these
sometimes he
people up?
intentionally fucks him up. Yeah.
No,
Sometimes. Yeah.
so I'm not saying that he intentionally fucks up the trial. What I'm saying is sometimes, as Leia said,
Mhm.
he picks cases he knows he can't win.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, instead of taking on real cases, he's a little too busy with his lawyering, helping somebody with some frivolous shit, where he could have spent more time actually trying to get people put away.
Okay,
That's
that-
what I'm saying.
because I was wondering, like, did he is he on some, oh, you were raped, and then during the process he realizes that this guy actually did it, but the sentence that he's gonna get is not good enough, so get him off, and then I'll beat the shit out of him in the street.
No.
It's
No,
not. It's not one of those.
Doing that, yeah, but he was doing that. It's just he wouldn't do that. But the way they write him is, for some reason, he wouldn't be able to take his knowledge. Like, you know how he can hear heartbeats and tell if people are lying or not?
Yeah.
Yep.
He can't direct them with better questioning to get him convicted. So when they get let go, he goes out to beat the shit out of them. And he's not intentionally trying to get him to let the guy go. but he's not shedding any tears.
He likes
He
to
gets to go
chase. He
afterwards.
likes to chase. He
Yeah.
likes to chase a little bit. I think he likes to chase.
I think that's a part of all of them in a sense. You know what I mean? I think Ghost Rider is the exception because that's literally what he does.
Yeah.
This is what I do. My spirit does this for a living. This is how I work. But everybody else, like, that's a choice, man. That's a choice you're making. Because you can easily not rock that costume. And like so said, you could go in a poor neighborhood and develop it. Or you can be a great lawyer. You know what I mean? Or you can be a philanthropist or whatever.
Vigilantes like kicking ass.
Yeah, they do.
They like kicking ass. That's kind of the thing about a vigilante. They love to beat people up. And
I mean, I trained this hard for this long. I'm kicking somebody's ass.
Yeah, for
I'm
real.
good at this. You know what I'm saying?
So with that clarification, what do you got?
I mean, shit. Like, I completely understand if he sees like there's a like he. All right, I get it. If the guy that he's trying to get gets off because of a technicality and he beats the shit out of him because like it's punishment. He's the Punisher essentially. He's the courtroom Punisher. But also, like,
that's a great porn name.
yeah, the
courtroom Punisher.
That's right. You got a speeding ticket, lady.
Dude, it's
funny.
Fucking movie
It's funny.
right now, bro.
Because he has a stash.
Yeah.
You got a speeding ticket, lady. Bro.
I'm debating whether or not she moved closer to the camera to show it off.
Oh, no, let us see that glorious stash.
Oh yeah.
Yo, that is funny.
Oh yeah, that's legit.
Yeah.
That's
That
legit.
is-
Even got the little. That's legit.
I can never grow that shit, bro. Like it just always kind of like have this like this Gomez Adams thing over here. You know what I'm saying?
That's the Greek part of us that fucking just hairy as shit.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, Tom. My bad.
Nah, I hate. But I mean, I agree with Lay. He should be in the courtroom a little bit better than that shit. Or
Yeah,
don't take
for sure.
don't take the case. Like, couldn't he have worked with someone who actually is a lawyer? Because if you're saying that, and advise them on some, this guy's lying, and then they could direct the questions to prove that he's lying and shit like that.
It's kind of like you see when you're in an elevator and people are coming and you don't want them to come and you're like, oh my God, I tried to press it, but it closed.
Yeah.
That's kind of him. That's kind of him in the courtroom. Cause like he can literally detect people lying. You know what I'm saying? He should by default, he should be the greatest lawyer of all time. So he's like, oh, I'm gonna try to do it the right way. I'm gonna try, and then we failed. I'm gonna go fuck somebody up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're right. He should try to be a little better in the courtroom for sure.
Yeah, but
Like,
based on
make sure that the ass whooping is justified. Like, I tried, but
Yeah.
I gotta kick your ass. I mean,
Yeah.
I failed.
So
you
my
know.
bad.
no, it's so good, so good. But based
Yeah.
off of what you're saying, then he's kind of the complete opposite of Batman.
100%.
Where your argument where Batman doesn't have any kind of evidence and he just that's him. He's on some you were proven innocent and I'm gonna fuck you up because you did this.
Correct. Yeah.
That's kind of a contradiction. For that, you shouldn't be a lawyer. You should literally be a hitman for hire. And then go around and be like, so I heard you stole this chick's wallet. I didn't do that. You're a liar. Bah, 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 and beat the shit out of him.
I could see it in your heart that
Yeah.
you're lying. It's a quick
Yeah.
murmur.
It's funny you say that because in the comments he has been the kingpin before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's taken
I
over
see
for the
something.
kingpin, and he
He's
is now
led the
the
hand.
leader of the hand.
He's
Okay.
led the hand. Yeah. So
The hand is cool.
He hasn't
The hand
been.
is
He
cool.
hasn't been exactly straight and narrow.
I like how ninja-ish the hand is. They're pretty cool.
You know what's funny?
They have like
The-
ninja ties.
If the hand was a little more organized, it could be the League of Shadows.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they're ass.
It's New York. There's no organization there.
But this group is from the Orient. That has nothing to do with New York.
Yeah.
What did they get low budget when they got here?
Yeah. As soon as you get to New York, you just
Yeah.
move to the
You know what you
Bronx.
gotta do?
You move to
You gotta get the
Gotham and
villains from Gotham.
Yeah.
everything is
You gotta get
over.
the villains from Gotham.
Yo.
The minute you step into Gotham, your life is done.
You eat that New York pizza and poof, your hips grow. There's no more ninja shit there.
You're
You can't
slow,
move
you're-
like that no
you're
more.
tired,
Right.
fucking with the inhaler, just.
That's
My
it.
man, one B&E, bro. One bacon, egg, and cheese, man. It's over for you.
That's it, especially
So I
from
gotta
the
get some
cart.
more of this. Yeah,
Oh
I'm sorry.
yeah.
I haven't had a good bacon, egg, and cheese.
We just
in
proved
so
we
long.
just proved how much we love the food here.
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Bronx is terrible, but the food.
Yeah.
delicious.
You can't beat that.
I personally like
With the two
Bronx.
guys that we have so far, Batman and Daredevil,
Yes.
who do you think works better in a real world setting?
Daredevil.
Daredevil. Because we're talking about an actual lawyer. It's not like Batman knows the law. This man studied the law, has a degree in it, and he's actually good.
Daredevil's
wants
like,
to be.
he just has a little bit more diplomacy. Just a freaking wee bit.
Batman won't try to go to court. I just catch him on the flip side.
Yeah.
He tries to go to court. You know.
Batman goes straight to the alley. At
Yes,
least
absolutely.
Daredevil would like, all right, come into
Makes
the
a pit
courtroom
stop
real quick. Let's
at
see
the
what we can
courtroom.
let's see what we do real quick. Come in here.
Yeah.
But I want to hear Toe's answer because look at his face. Yo,
Yeah.
Kochi, appreciate you coming through, brother.
Hey, brother. I'm there.
Hit that like, hit that little thumbs up. That shit helps out a lot, yo, for real.
For real.
But we don't say that enough.
You
Yeah.
you know what it is? Because like I see a lot of YouTubers say shit like that, and I'm like, whatever. But in my head, I'm like, you do what you want, bro. You do what if you like the video, then like it. If you want to subscribe. Go ahead. As long
You
as
know
you're
what it
here.
is? You know what it is though? Real quick, and sorry to cut you off. The thing is,
No.
a lot of people watch YouTube via the television.
Yeah.
Like me, I have the
here.
YouTube playing right now, so it's harder to hit you almost forget about the thumbs up. So like, there's times that I'm watching YouTube on the TV, and even though I like the video and I want to click it, I'll just forget. So I'm just saying it.
No, I get you.
Yeah.
I still have
on the laptop.
But
we also-
if you don't like it and you think we're four weirdos talking about some real dumb shit, then don't hit it.
hit the thumbs up and then shut the fuck up.
It's
Go ahead,
three
I wanna-
girls and a porn star.
There you go.
You know what? You are officially courtroom punisher.
There you go.
Yeah, you're courtroom punisher.
Well, look at it this way. Somebody out there got a porn name out of this deal at least.
There you go.
Give a like for that. Like if you
If
want to be a
you-
porn star and you were stuck,
If
You
you
got
got
one.
four names, hit the like button. Go ahead, Tags, keep going. Because I think you're really trying to like find the goodness in both of these gentlemen. It's just difficult, right?
Yeah, no, you know this. It's because it's like the aspect of someone getting what's owed to them from the Daredevil is appealing, because there are pieces of shit that need to get their ass kicked, but they're not because of technicality. They're walking free, they're living life, and somebody's scarred for life of what they did.
Kingpin.
You know what I'm saying? But then also it's like you already took it to the courtroom. If Batman catches you in the act and can set up all this evidence for them, it's easier for them to get arraigned or to get locked up than it would be for you after the fact they already got innocent, because that'd be almost like double jeopardy unless he commits the crime again.
Facts.
So what's better? Throwing somebody in jail, from the beginning, or them getting what's deserved to them after they've been acquitted? This is where I'm my mind is wandering. Cause like, okay, you did something, cause technically jail sometimes isn't good enough of a fucking punishment for what some people do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if we got somebody trafficking people, especially the young ones, Daredevil might have to step up in there.
Yeah, Daredevil
You
might
know?
have to.
ironically,
We
this
skipping.
season one,
We
that's what
skipping the.
happens.
Yeah.
We skipping the courtroom, bro. We skipping the courtroom
Yeah.
on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got somebody that's just like a regular jewel thief, or something like that.
And Batman want to crack every bone in his fucking body.
Yeah, you took the Pink Panther, you got no more fucking bones left, but you're in jail chilling.
I think if we take it back to how we originally started this conversation, I think Daredevil would be more appealing, just so we can at least try to put him through that aspect of the law. Again, some people don't deserve the law, And I think if someone doesn't deserve the law, I think Daredevil would be good at reading that, even though he has been proven to be in the courtroom and fuck up, like like Cap put it. But I think in a way, like let's try to get him in the court. If we can get him in the court, great. But if we can't, let's go beat him up. As opposed to like, because the thing is, now you got me scared about a racist Batman. I think that is the scariest thing ever.
Yeah.
A racist Batman is probably like not a great idea, because it's like, again, you're just chilling in front of the bodega. You just got a sandwich and you want to bite out of it real quick. You know what I'm saying? Before you start walking, you want to get your life situated, and it's dark and you got a hoodie. And Batman's like, "Did you steal that sandwich?" I'm like, "No, bro, I paid $6 in there. Like, chill." So
you dropped you dropped your straw.
I think it's still Daredevil, because now you scared me. You got me thinking of a racist, but Batman is he should just operate on his own, bro. Like just leave him alone, bro. Just let him do his thing, because these guys a fucking nut job, bro.
So this is why I wanted to bring this up, because in real world context, now you have a different layer to add when you're when you're looking at Batman.
Like evaluating,
yeah. So the whole point, like I said in the beginning, the whole point of this is this really came out of my I don't want to say hatred, but my dislike of fandom. Because sometimes I notice that certain fandoms, they stick diehard to their character.
Yeah.
And you can't say any criticism about them.
For sure.
But then a different aspect, which they don't like, you can't say anything good about it. And I want to bring up a thing where we can look critically, and you could say, yo, Batman lends himself a little too easily to maybe fall in that racist category. Because they did a skit on SNL with Chance the Rapper, where he went up to Bruce Wayne and just kept talking about how Batman kept beating up all the black guys in the neighborhood. And Bruce Wayne was like, "Nah, but wasn't he stealing a TV?" And it's like, dude, all he did was take a box of cereal, and Batman broke his arm and hung him upside down and shit. Like,
so there is satire. Look, and at the end of the day, I would like to say that I think if there was a real life Batman, like a Bruce Wayne, I don't think he'd be racist. I don't know if he'd be racist, but it's just, again, it's a defensive world that we're living in nowadays too. It's hard to just look at a person and think that they're just doing something out of the good of that and not for their own agenda, which is what our argument was literally about last episode, about your own personal agenda. Now, look, at the end of the day, can Batman possibly be racist? I don't think so. I don't think so, but I could see it happening. He is a rich billionaire, but at the end of the day, like, I'm going to let you guys know like this. I'm always going to love Batman. Batman is always number one. But as a fan of Batman, it's also important to understand that the dude is a little fucked. You know what I'm saying? He's a little fucked up. And I mean, I guess you can say that about all heroes in a way. They've been through so much. But Batman is just in a whole different level of fucked up, where he is going to do what he has to do to get his answers. And then he'll tell you, yo, I'm not going to kill you, but he'll really leave you in some critical condition. Can Batman turn out racist? Possibly. I think they all can. But at the end of the day, I still love Batman. This isn't, any Batman fans in here don't think that we're talking shit. We talk shit about everybody. We can all find shit about everyone. And again, like Cap is saying, like, yo, just because we're talking about your character don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? I love Spider-Man, and I'm gonna tell you some stuff about Spider-Man soon. You know what I mean? So you can love your superhero. We're just having a conversation here. You heard?
The one thing that's dangerous about Batman is he only has one limit.
Not killing.
Yeah, he doesn't stand by a code of being a good person or anything. I'm not gonna kill you.
I'm not gonna kill you.
Everything else, fair game.
Everything could go.
Every bone in your body, fair fucking game. I'll throw you off a roof. This isn't high enough to kill you. Wakata.
Yeah, there go your knees.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just not gonna kill you. I'll use you. I'll abuse you. I'll fuck you up mentally. I'm just not gonna kill you.
So is Daredevil a little bit more diplomatic in the beating up approach? Because I feel like he beats people up just as good.
So here's the thing:
Yeah.
Daredevil doesn't have a no-kill policy.
He'll take you out. Exactly.
So there's less of a chance of like a hypocritical nature. So like when Daredevil breaks your bones, it's more of a thing of like you're lucky he only broke your bones.
He's trying to kill you. He
Yeah.
just happened to only get to that point.
Where
Yeah.
Batman, he breaks bones because that's as cruel as he can get.
Yeah.
So with that said, before we get to the
so
other
are we
guys,
calling him? So are we calling Batman a hypocrite because of that?
well, not necessarily, but see, this is where.
But you draw
Yeah,
that. But you draw that line. You draw that line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is now where you can evaluate, where people who love Batman can evaluate and put how much weight that means to them when they're, when they fall in love with a character.
For sure.
Because everybody has characters that they love and reasons that they love them. But at a certain point, for me personally, in order to love something fully, you got to be able to see where the flaws are, and you got to be able to know if you're okay with those flaws. That's where you get a true love of something from my standpoint. I mean, you guys can, you guys have.
And that you. By the way, Jose asked who's the character on my shirt. It's Sailor Moon. So, and not only is loving a character understanding the flaws, that could actually, or loving that could go into like real human nature too. Like loving yourself is also understanding where your flaws are as well. You know what I'm saying? So again, to anybody watching over here, getting their fucking panties in a bunch, you guys need to understand something. I am a huge Batman fan. Like when I first got my iPhone 4S back in the day, because Sprint finally started getting iPhones, I named myself Batman on my iPhone, and it has not switched since. People get phone calls from me, and it says Batman, and they're like, "Oh, that's John. Yeah, that's Cabs." I love Batman and everything about him, but Batman is toxic. He is, and a lot of our favorite superheroes are. We can take it to Nick Fury. Nick Fury don't got a problem getting his hands dirty. Never.
To bounce off what he's saying, you can ask Toe Tags. I am a big Daredevil fan. I have his costume hoodie. I wear his costume hoodie with the hood up out on the street.
He has the best costume hoodie out there. Yeah. His costume hoodie is dope. I love it. I've seen it. The black one with the black one with the DD and the horn and the mini horns, crack. I love that shit.
Yeah. So for anybody listening, that we're coming at this from a perspective of being fans of these characters first. So that's an important distinction, because as Cabs keeps saying, this isn't like an argument and all these heroes or whatever. Yeah. We're coming from a place of love, and we're just trying to go a little bit deeper and a little more understanding. So before we get to our next couple of guys, do you think that Daredevil and Batman will consider themselves heroes? I know Lay touched on that a little bit earlier, but do you think they consider themselves heroes or not?
So Batman, he's come out and said it. The people around him have come out and said it. He is not the hero. By the way, the best speech maybe in any comic book movie I've ever seen, at the end of Dark Knight, when Jim Gordon is saying he's not the hero. We're chasing him. He is our Dark Knight. We don't need him to be anything else but that. I think it's a great speech. I actually, believe it or not, like 2 months ago, I just fucking YouTubed it for no reason. I just, going down the YouTube rabbit hole. So Batman has come out plenty of times said, I'm not the hero. He doesn't want to be the hero. I think he's never wanted to. Now, I don't want to answer your question with a question, but it does. So I guess my question is, does Daredevil consider himself more of a hero than Batman? Because I think we all know that Batman kind of doesn't feel like he's a hero. I don't know if anybody disagrees with that, but I think he's like, come on and say, bro, I'm not the hero. Don't follow my footsteps. There's a other guy over there in red tights, in blue tights, and in red undies. Maybe you can follow his example. Don't follow mine. So does Daredevil feel himself to be a hero, or maybe more of a hero than Batman? Which maybe his litigating side of it, his law side of it, maybe he tries to be more the hero in that sense, but he ultimately realizes like, bro, I'm a vigilante. Let me go fuck somebody up. You know,
I like Batman's style. He's a Daredevil fan, so it makes sense.
Batman does like Daredevil. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah. When they've because they recognize each other's talents.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how the hell they do that so quickly. Like, oh, you're dope. So are you. Wait, what? I just met you. No, you're just in red. I'm just in black. This is weird.
They're one. They're one in the. They're almost the same. If Matt Murdock had money, like
it's funny because one patrols the whole city, one patrols a neighborhood, and people forget about that. Daredevil does go out, but he does love his neighborhood, like Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Do not come here, son. Are you getting it? Don't come here. Yo, you go to the Bronx. It's cool. If somebody needs me over there, like Spider-Man, I go with them, but I stick right here. This is where I live.
I would say that I think Daredevil considers himself more of the hero. And again, remember, we both understand, and I think they both understand that they are vigilantes or anti-heroes. But maybe his lawyer side of it might make him think he's more of a hero. Because again,
justify more.
Maybe the justification. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. Go ahead, Tags.
I got a question. Would it be more appropriate to call them both defenders than heroes?
I like the. I like the.
Because
Daredevil is part of the defender. Yeah.
Happen to be a defender. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that one. I'm waiting for Cap. I know Cap is a.
That's what it is. Yeah. A Dark Knight. You know what I'm saying? Nothing about the term Dark Knight simplifies a hero. Shows hero or heroism.
Absolutely not.
It's like a hero is always placed in a light, right? In a shining, casting light, whether it's over the world or over the city, over your town, over your neighborhood. Dark Knight, I don't think Batman wants any to do with that. And in a way, I don't think Daredevil wants it either. I think these guys do what they have to do because they understand what needs to be done in a weird way. Maybe they could take it a little far sometimes, but that's what being a Dark Knight is. And then look, Hochi just said there is a White Knight too, and that's a completely different meaning. Your knight in shining armor is completely different than a Dark Knight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's funny. I always feel like when you refer to yourself as vengeance, that takes away all the hero.
Yeah.
That takes away every lick of hero you probably had. You're done. You don't refer to yourself as vengeance, punishment, revenge, death. Just get rid of that hero label. You're gone. You're done. You know what I'm saying? Like even like Equalizer, clearly you're no hero.
What do you think, Cap? Or like who do you think considers themselves, like, answer your own question, I'm saying.
Sure. So I think you guys are right. Batman does not consider himself a hero. And I think with Daredevil, he wouldn't consider himself a hero, but he would consider himself a better person.
Okay, yeah.
So he's gonna believe, he knows, because he's also a big thing tied in with Daredevil is that whole Catholic guilt thing and his religious.
That's right. He's really religious.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's doing on some level is wrong, but he believes that he's doing it for the right reason.
Yes.
But Batman seems to be doing it for a reason. So I think that's where the distinction will come. Neither of them would call themselves a hero. But like I said, Matt will call himself the better person.
Yeah. So I like that.
So I have a question. If we're gonna touch base on this later on with the other characters, we don't have the answer. But which one do you think is more of a villain? Like, which one is actually breaking the law more?
Well,
Daredevil or Batman?
The fact that Daredevil has been thrown in jail twice, probably him.
I would say Daredevil simply because he is parading as someone who upholds the law. So that's the thing about Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is just a rich billionaire and he got his thing going. But Daredevil really walks around. His day job is a lawyer. No matter who he's defending, it's hard to call him villains.
I'm with Cabs. It's the hypocrisy. the hypocrisy of his
There
whole
is
aura.
there is some
whole
yeah,
deal.
yeah, yeah. I would say it's more. I
hypocrisy
mean,
at its finest.
and
Like
his
I learned the
persona.
law to break it. I learned the law to break it.
Yeah,
Essentially, I went to law school, so I know how to break the law and get away with it. Essentially.
because
So
that's
like
the thing.
like
You,
Cap
you,
said,
you can know the law. You can know the
that
law
little-
and use it. You can know the law and you can understand the law to know when you're wrong and when you're right. You could also understand the law to break it. You know.
Yep. Yep. Saying it's a great way to it's a great tool to use, but then that hypocrisy comes in there because it was like, so you learned it
This is
to your word, but also to circumvent it, right?
This is such a
Yeah.
classy. This is such a classy conversation right now.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
we're fucking scholars, bro.
Oh yeah, of course.
Professor Captain.
don't let the arguments fool y'all. We're fucking highly
Yeah,
intelligent
yeah,
men.
Relax. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Jose said Daredevil got bodies, so I guess that answers the question.
No, he if you read anything with Frank Miller, you know that he got bodies for days.
Yo, Frank
Yes.
Miller even made Batman kill. So
Yeah, this is true.
He yes. There is
But it
there
really
is
depends on the writer, yeah. But yeah, they all got bodies, but some higher than others, yeah. Even Superman, believe it or not, folks,
I
he
love
gets
that.
killed.
I love
General
Daredevil.
Zod.
I love Daredevil though, man. Daredevil just I get it, man. Daredevil is I mean, again, that yin and that yang. Like, you know, Batman has Bruce Wayne, okay? But when we're looking at just I don't think Bruce Wayne is his like light side either. You know what I'm saying? He's just Batman without a mask at that point. He's not going around breaking bones, but he's still kind of just doing his own thing. Whereas Daredevil is like verbatim the yin and the yang. You know what I'm saying? And can you call that controversial or can you call it contradictory? Maybe. But I think he has more of a struggle with the light and the dark, as where Batman is literally just dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So one more question before we go to the next character.
Please.
So would you say that Batman is just like an extreme version of what a cop wish his authority was?
That's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
He's just a
And-
cop. He's an over the top cop.
And
yeah,
and
100%.
Daredevil is basically vengeance for anybody who've been wronged, and the punishment hasn't been served to people who've wronged them.
Correct. Yeah. They're two beautiful characters, man, within their own rights.
Oh, yeah, because they're appealing to both. You know,
Mhm.
there's a lot of appeal to both characters. All right, Cap, you want to go on to the next?
Who do you think
Yeah.
has a better outfit?
Oh, Daredevil.
100% Daredevil. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan
Yeah,
of red,
it
so
looks-
Batman.
it looks so cool.
So and even the original Daredevil with the yellow.
Oh,
Yo, I
That
love
even
that.
yo, he kind of looks like the Shocker. It's not bad. It's not bad.
and
But I
you
mean,
can honestly see the link there. Like, yo,
red,
why don't
red
you
and
just
green.
change that to
Red and green are my favorite colors. So just to see, just all red, dude. Just and okay, and I don't want to jump ahead. I'm sorry, and we'll go to the next hair after this. So he has billy clubs, as where Nightwing just has sticks, right?
exterminate sticks? Yes.
Yeah, but the difference is Daredevil's billy clubs come from his walking cane.
They connect, yeah. They can make the okay.
But not only do they connect, but they're specially built because so a walking cane is set up to basically give vibrations to let the blind person know
Yes,
if the surface ahead of him is smooth, soft, if there's something in there. So his sticks do the same thing, where he can use them to set off vibration to use his echo sense.
love that. Love that. I also want to give him a little bit of shout out for, you know, not being able to see and actually having powers. No disrespect to Batman. Batman, you know, you're my boy. I love you. Oh shit, Bleak in the building. What up? Oh, we haven't done Ghost Rider yet. We haven't done Ghost Rider yet.
Bleak, what's going on, Bleak?
So the next character I put,
Hold on, real
I
quick,
think
Cap.
this
Real
is
quick.
good.
The only characters we talked about Bleak were Daredevil and Batman.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's catch you
hey
up.
Blake, maybe if you showed up on time, you'd know.
But, we dropping bombs all day. Porn stash bombs.
Nah, me and Bleak go way back, man, like crack a
No,
jacks.
I know.
And, So the next guy I have, I think, is the most controversial, and it's Nightwing. And I picked him specifically because he's a cop. He specifically left Batman, went to Bloodhaven, and became a cop. And then also, he does crime fighting at night. Right? So when he's off duty, unlike regular cops where they still have, they might still carry their badge or something in case they have to act.
Yeah.
Nightwing puts his badges away, and he acknowledges he doesn't have jurisdiction. He doesn't have any anything other than just like a citizen's arrest type thing, because he literally puts all that away to go out there. And I think he's more controversial here, given the current climate of what's going on with policing in the States, to have a character that is a cop and then still goes out and goes, well, I'm going to go fuck up everybody, all these criminals. That's a little more questioning of hero.
Is that more questioning than Daredevil being a lawyer? I think so.
I think it is, because
I think so. Yeah.
Because as a cop, obviously the writers are not gonna write this in there like that, but put him in a real world setting. How far do you think he'll go, knowing that at night when he takes the badge off, he go do whatever the hell he wants?
Because so that's the thing. You have Batman who acts on his own. You have Daredevil who will be in the courtroom, but then now you have Nightwing who was, and again, he wasn't a cop forever. So everyone watching, like, oh, these guys don't know shit. He was a cop. Yes, he wasn't a cop forever. But in the context of what we're speaking about, that might be the most controversial, because his job is literally wrapped around jurisdiction, and then he takes that badge off, and then he just does whatever he wants.
Well, I would argue that a police officer's job is the complete opposite of what Nightwing does, because they're supposed to protect and serve. When Nightwing goes out and beats the shit out of people.
So
that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, he's supposed to protect and serve, and cops, their whole thing is jurisdiction and what they're allowed to do and what they can't do. And then, he's a cop by day. He gets to the crib, takes off the shoes, puts on the outfit, throws the badge out, and now he's fucking people up everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So no, I agree with you.
That you put, because out of the three, he actually does consider himself a hero.
Yes.
If you look at how he plays when he's actually put in the Batman cowl, he actually tries to elevate what Batman does. But Late, this is your boy, so I'm curious to see what you got to say.
Well,
shout out to that.
The whole cop one is a great thing, but it to me is when you're raised a certain way, right? And you're pretty much raised by a man that has been outside the law the whole time, and when you separate from him, you don't always separate the ideas that he has instilled in you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he became a cop or whatever, but at the end of the day, he still had the Robin in him, and he just turned it to Nightwing. He just completely was like, I want to separate myself from him. But at the end of the day, you do become the person that pretty much raised you and taught you how to be. You know what I mean? Now, is it the hypocrisy on the level of Matt Murdock, or it's worse than that? It's absolutely terribly worse. This, in a sense, kind of makes him worse than Batman, because Batman never wanted to try to be a cop. You know what I mean? And while Nightwing is more optimistic and he is better to the people around him, he is lying to himself when he puts on the suit. You know what I mean? Because you became a cop. You were supposed to be the opposite of the other guy that you left.
Like, you're totally going against the vigilante.
You're going against what you were aiming for.
Correct. Yeah.
Now you're just lying to yourself.
And
now,
again,
the thing is,
any Nightwing fans out there, relax. I think there's a consensus here that we all kind of like. I mean, I don't know about you, Toe, but we all love Nightwing up in here.
I'm a huge Nightwing fan. You have no idea.
Huge Nightwing fan. Love Nightwing.
I got to Extrema sticks because of Nightwing. I actually own a pair, and I actually train them. So because of Nightwing. So I'm just letting you know I'm a huge fan. But honesty's honesty. It's a facade. It's a lie. You became a cop to lie to yourself about, oh, I'm changing. You never changed.
So he's the most in denial from
exactly.
the
you never changed. You literally did it to make yourself feel better, but you're still doing what you were doing before, just not being told around by somebody. Now you're doing it on your own.
This shit got spicy.
So you're honestly one of the worst hypocrites out of everybody right now. You know what I'm saying?
Got spicy, bro.
And you did lose your parents to Tony Zuko. And if you ever wonder who that is, that's the guy that killed his parents pretty much.
Yeah.
Tony Zuko. Right? But you did exactly what Bruce did. And you found the guy, but you didn't do nothing to him.
That's how he comes back to Nightwing when he finds out that it was them. Because he was and that's the thing about Nightwing. Nightwing has been a lot quicker to take off his costume quicker than these other folks. He's real quick to be like, yeah, fuck this, man, I'm out. And then, and again, it's not even to call him we're not bashing, but man, when you really think about it, like, if we're looking at, and let's not draw the line between vigilante, anti-hero, hero. Let's just all put it all in a bubble. Like you're a cop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a cop. Like, even regular heroes, like even Marvel, even Captain America found out later on, like, yo, fuck Shield. You know what I'm saying? So, like, damn, Nightwing, you're such a fucking liar.
Yeah, I'm saying you're literally, you did something to make yourself feel better, and then you went back on it right away. Like, once you got away from Batman, you was like, all right, so I'm a cop now. Then I get home, my 9 to 5. All of a sudden, he was like, this is not enough. And you go back to what you know. This is a life you know. You've known this life since you were 10. You know what I mean? This is what you know.
So, okay, let's try and give him the benefit of the doubt too, because we did the same thing with Matt.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
I think it's sometimes a little difficult to give Batman the benefit of the doubt, but we can give it to him. So, okay, so let's start talking about, let's bring it into real life, how we've been doing it. Like, wouldn't it make sense that the person parading around in the night, taking people out, would be a cop? Wouldn't it make sense? And to what you said, To, where Batman could be a little racist about things, cops, there's a ton of asshole cops out there, but there's also good cops out there. How many times haven't we been thrown up against the wall like, yo, I'm not even looking for drugs, bro, I'm just looking for weapons, or I'm looking for this, you know what I'm saying? So in a weird way, and I'm throwing this as a question back to all you, and I would love to hear you first, Cap. So isn't it maybe, again, on the other spectrum of things, isn't it probably the better of the three side occupations or, alter egos? Wouldn't it fit best to have a vigilante be a cop to know exactly who he needs to attack? And again, this is just a question.
Can I go at this first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so if we're gonna take the racial factors out of it, and this let's
take our race.
All right, yeah. So let's say this is an actual genuine guy, but he just dresses up as a vigilante.
Correct. Yeah.
I think that would be a better situation than if we had a Batman or a Daredevil, because of the fact is, as a cop, if he's paying attention, if he's really trying to protect and serve, he knows who's who in his neighborhood.
You know who to let go. Yeah, like, yo, that kid is just selling dime bags to someone, leave him alone. But the guy who is killing other people to have that shit come in here, that's one I need to get. Yeah.
Yeah, so like to protect at night without any limitations and red tape and all that other shit, that seems like a good idea. But also, what limitations is he gonna set on himself?
Yeah.
Because is he just gonna stop crime? Is he gonna I'm gonna just Daredevil and beat the shit out of you because I know you're a piece of shit, but we can't prove it? You know what I'm saying? Like where does that come in? Because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
And Nightwing does have he doesn't have many bodies, but he got a few.
Absolutely.
He got like maybe 4 or 5 kills.
Yeah, he got some under his belt.
He got like 4 or 5. It's not Daredevil levels, but he got like 4 or 5. But that's what I'm saying, Tags. That's why I threw that back at y'all, because it's like, in a weird way, wouldn't it make the most sense to have him be a cop so that he can know who to go for? He knows the big fish. You know what I mean? I agree with you. I agree. Go ahead, Cap. I want to hear your take on this.
So I actually do believe that it is better the fact that he is a cop, because he has a completely different perspective of what's going on in the streets. Because Batman's just going off of raw, Oracle or whoever told me he's the bad guy, so I'm gonna go get him.
I'm gonna go kill. Well, I'm gonna
Daredevil has the knowledge, firsthand knowledge of knowing who to go after because of his cases or what people bring up to him. But Nightwing has an actual situational awareness.
He has a net around everything. He has like a net around everything. Yeah.
And I think that him being a cop actually makes it better, because, like we pointed out, he knows where the lines are from his day job, so where they can go. All right, those guys I don't have to worry about. This guy I might have to worry about. That dude over there I definitely have to worry about. And he would know how to better keep tabs to make sure everything functions better. Because like we said, shitty ass cops out there, but there are cops who do great things.
Yeah, 100%.
There are cops who actually know their neighborhoods and actually have the respect of the people in them. And I think that's the one thing Nightwing can bring to being a vigilante. Where Batman rules by fear, Daredevil rules by fear, Nightwing can run his vigilantism.
He's actually justice. He's justice on both accounts.
Yes.
And while yes, it may be a little hypocritical, because again, I don't want anybody out there watching to think that we're just flip-flopping and shit, because while we understand that it may be a little hypocritical for this vigilante to be a cop, it also might benefit him more. And again, this is all within the context of these being real people trying to, make a difference in the real world. This is kind of what this episode is about. So in that context, it would make a lot more sense for you to be a cop. You have access to tons of information. And yeah, Batman has the same access to the same information, but Batman can't keep tabs on everyone. And like Tag said, because of that, by default, anyone in any weird situation might be a prime target for a Batman, as opposed to Nightwing, who can probably look at things like, oh yeah, I know who that guy, I booked him last week. He's just a low-level pot dealer. Let's go and get this guy who's fucking killing babies. You know what I'm saying? I think it might work out in a weird way. See, this is why these conversations are so cool, because we're not just talking about these people as comic book characters. We're really trying to take it a step ahead and fuck, let's see if these guys could work in real life. I really enjoyed the conversation today.
Yeah, after Lay goes, I have a question about this, but go ahead, Lay.
It's a little quote that Batman did in one of the animated thing. Goes, I think you guys need to stop flying above the streets and put your boots on the streets.
That's my favorite fucking line that Batman has ever said.
That essentially is what cops do. Cop on the beat, detective, no matter what. Like you guys said, they're no neighbor. To me, is what works for Nightwing is his optimism. The fact that he's a people person, that people genuinely like him.
And he's a fucking ladies' man. He's a
good looking dude.
He's a killer.
You know what I'm saying? It's when you make people feel comfortable, they'll give you almost any information and they'll get along with you. And he's one of those guys. If you read the comics, you've seen the TV shows, whatever, and the cartoons, you can tell that people genuinely gravitate towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Even when he was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because does he have a dark side? We all do. But he doesn't live in it. He lives in, he'd rather be good to people to get something back. That's how he uses everything that he is. You know what I mean? And that's his side of his detective skills. People genuinely like me. I'm a nice guy. I use everything they have for me. Like I said, being a cop, if you know your neighborhood and you're not a douche, people will generally tell you shit that they won't tell any other cop easily. You know what I mean? So I figured
it might be a little hypocritical, but it's also resourceful. I think that's
absolutely, yeah.
It's resourceful.
Listen,
Go ahead.
It's a resource, is a means to an end. You know what I mean? Is it the most ethical? Absolutely not. It's fucking, it's terrible. But it works. It gets results. What he can't solve as a cop, he can solve as Nightwing, but he does it with more diplomacy than everybody else would do it.
And what
He's not going to go away. He's not going to put that stremic stick through your chest. You know, he's going to put you in jail. That's his goal.
Unless you deserve it. Go ahead, Tags. You had a question or a comment?
No, yeah. So I have a question. Now, I want to know the motive of Nightwing. Is he a cop as Nightwing also, or is he Nightwing undercover as a cop?
He's Nightwing undercover as a cop, 100%.
Absolutely.
I think he's just a like Les said, and how Cap has said, it's just a way to keep your boots on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
So
you know,
so that kind of makes it a little thing, because it's almost like he, with his skills, should be more cop. And because if he has, like, if he's a cop, right, and then at night he's Nightwing, if he's more Nightwing, then he's more of a, like, the vigilante and a defender and, you know, vengeance seeking person. But if he's a cop and he's using his skills as Nightwing, and he's using all of his surveillance and everything that he has at night for Nightwing, like, I know this guy's bad, so when I'm the police officer, I'm gonna roam this area. I'm gonna give hints to detectives that's on the case, like, yo, this is what's going on. Like, I'm gonna legally get this guy, instead of for, I'm a cop, he's the one I gotta look out for. Now I'm Nightwing, I'm gonna fuck him up.
So it's the same thing I said before. You know, it's not always going to work legally. You know what I mean? We've seen it.
No, but I'm saying, like,
literally seen it. I understand what you're saying.
No, yeah.
Using that skill, right? Using the Nightwing skill more as a cop is the same thing as Matt Murdock using his lawyer skill more as a lawyer, or that Daredevil skill more as a lawyer.
Yeah.
Putting all that effort into that.
We
right?
also need to remember where he comes from. You know,
Yeah.
this is a purebred, probably one of Batman's Batman's greatest sidekick out of all of the other Robins and anybody who will ever help.
He is the most well balanced.
And probably the most ingrained into Batman's life, you know, at a certain point. You know, obviously there's others that come along and he gets a real weird situation with Damian and all of that stuff. But we need to remember where he came from. One of the main, like, not only does Nightwing grow up to a point, or Robin grows up to a point where he's like, man, I could do this on my own now. I kind of don't need Batman. It's a little more than that. It's like Batman, man, like, you really are, like, just like, you need to go outside in the morning sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You just need to, you know, breathe in some of this lovely air sometimes. So I think in a way, I don't think he's using, and again, it is hypocritical. We will say that. That's kind of the thing about being a hero, an anti-hero, or vigilante. There is some hypocrisy that's always going to go on. It's always going to happen. So let's just say that. But in a way, you know, he saw how Batman was and thought that he can handle his own now, but he also wanted to get away from that. So, you know, and he was like, in a weird way, maybe he thought to himself, and a lot of these decisions that these hero makes and these vigilantes, at the end of the day, there's always some kind of good in it, even if it isn't prevalent, even if it's not shining through. So in a way, you know, he wanted to get away from what Batman was doing, kind of do his own thing, you know, do it a little bit more diplomatic. And he was like, hey, you know what? Maybe being a cop might give me, you know, a lot more resources than I have now, because you know, Batman has everything. Batman could tap in and listen to anybody, do what it is. Maybe in a weird way, he said, you know, I want to be Nightwing. I want to be this good guy, anti-hero type of vigilante thing. But also, you know, when I do take the cowl off, maybe I can serve and protect in different ways, and I can bounce off of each other's things. And again, yes, might seem a little hypocritical, but that's just kind of these characters as a whole, you know?
Yeah.
I want to, go ahead, Cap.
I was gonna say, so you brought up a good point of him using his capability as Nightwing when he's doing his vigilante, because in a real world setting, that would be the optimal thing to do. Because if you remember, so my father and my uncle were part of this group called Children Are Precious, right? So you have your local neighborhood watch, or like the Guardians.
Shout out to that, man, for real. That's
So
what's up.
Children Are Precious were actually partnered with the police to find missing children.
That's what's up, man.
So in the real world setting, you can say, because they weren't really deputized, but they were allowed by the police to go into areas to look for kids that were runaways or missing or shit like that. And my uncle and my dad actually did real good jobs. They found a good handful of kids.
That's what's up, man. That's really fucking
so
dope.
In a way, you could say that they were vigilante-esque. But like Toad was saying, when you combined what the perspective of the cop and the training and the backing and the resources in a real world setting, that makes the most sense if you were actually going to be a vigilante.
That shit was loud. My bad.
No. You gotta clap. You gotta clap hard for something like that, man. That's really cool. I didn't know that, man. That's really
That's awesome.
for real.
So before we get into the next guy, I have a
Bleaks made a comment. He goes, "It's 50-50 as a cop. You know who is who, but as a regular street dude, you can know people on a more personal level." So
yeah, and that's what Nightwing does better than the other two.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he's personable.
Personally.
Yeah, he's people like him.
Because and that's the thing about Nightwing, because Batman as Batman isn't likable. Nightwing is likable regardless of what he's wearing, regardless of what he's doing. He is he's a chill dude, bro.
Yeah.
I think so it's kind of like that thing where you have an alcoholic father and two sons. One son is an alcoholic because he saw his dad. The other one isn't because he saw his dad. That's kind of like the thing with Nightwing, It's like he knows who and what to be because of Batman. You know what I'm saying? So I think that plays a big role in, leaving that and also, again, he can do what Batman doesn't do essentially because he is likable as both. Does Nightwing still instill fear into people? Oh, absolutely. They know who Nightwing is. A lot of people consider him the best hand-to-hand, next to Batman in that universe, I mean. You know what I mean? So I think it does work. Like, and to Bleak's point, it is 50-50, but also, when you are a cop, but you're also a likable hero, anti-hero, vigilante, that also helps too. Imagine people who actually like Batman. Imagine how great he could do, and then they just fear him. And again, that goes back to that question. Would you rather be feared or loved? Which could be a whole nother fucking podcast. You know what I mean?
So here's my question to you guys before we get into the last two that I have on my list. So we spoke a lot about, looking at these guys critically and trying to put them in a real world setting. But let's go through and let's discuss a little bit what drew you to these characters to begin with.
Okay. Who? So who wants to go? Okay, so and I'm gonna get into the real psychology of it, and not that there's anything. I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with this, right with this. I'm not trying to get into this whole 2021 and cancel culture and all that shit. But a lot of us were raised tough. Okay, like your mom and your dad used to tell you back in the day, like, you don't do bad shit. But when bad shit happens to you, you defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's unfair to a lot of superheroes like your Cyclopses and your Supermans, your Captain Americas, your Boy Scouts. You know what I mean? That's why there is that whole hate towards them. But then you have the anti-hero where that they're not bad people. They're not. They might go about certain things wrong, but ultimately it is good at the end. And there's nothing to me that's the appeal to them, where it's like, this isn't the Boy Scout that we were all thought to think is this symbol of hope or whatever. But in a weird way, they're still that symbol of hope, just within their own type of within their own spectrum, where it's like, yeah, these guys curse. A lot of these anti-heroes curse, and they have no problem kicking your ass and hurting you really bad. Some people actually take it to that level and take you out. But there's something alluring, and I think in a way we all appreciate the bad boy, right? Whether it's in film or in wrestling or anime or video games, the bad boy is always alluring. But when you have a bad boy who is actually trying to do good and clean shit up, you know what I'm saying? It gives you hope that, like, even though you might not be proud with some of the things that you've done in your life, you can still somewhat offset that and turn into some kind of good path. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel. That's why the anti-hero or the vigilante has always been an appeal to all of us, really, because it is this person that isn't necessarily good, but isn't necessarily bad either. And they're trying to do good, and although it might be extreme sometimes, that the ultimate goal is to do good and do right by your people and your community.
So, like, what drew you to Nightwing and Batman and all these guys?
It was one, like I've said before, I can relate to them more because I have no superpowers. You train hard enough, you educate yourself fine enough, you can achieve some kind of level of it. But also it's the fact that there's not so clean and cut, you know what I mean? And these people were born out of tragedy, and tragedy happens every day, and you see how it shapes and it molds people and how it ultimately leads them on their path to whichever way they go. And it could be path of evil, but these individuals, these gentlemen have chosen another path.
The middle.
And whether you're a fan of the path or not, they straddle that line, some better than others.
Yeah.
But to me it was every one of them's different aspect. It's Nightwing's optimism, Batman's precision, Daredevil's almost balance of the law, almost like balance of the law to a sense, of understanding the law and knowing which way it can go. Spider-Man is his optimism and the fact that he loves, like Daredevil, like the rest of them, they love where they're from so much that they want to fix it however way they can. And that's another thing is I love New York City like almost nobody can ever imagine. And when I can see the love on the page of somebody loving wherever they're from so much that they want to do whatever they can to fix it, it's just an infectious thing to me. You know what I mean? And when these guys, even Batman, can see the good in people, like they said in that Belog thing, he goes, look, your father absolutely loved people. He wouldn't say it, but he loved his fellow man. And all these gentlemen, all these individuals do. They do love their fellow men. That's why they're trying so much, or women, or whatever, but they wanted much to do with their help. And this is the way in their minds and their eyes and their hearts that they can do it the best of their ability. So that's another thing to it. But it's really that they're not so clean and cut, and how much they love the city.
They're not Boy Scouts. They're not Boy Scouts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Although they aren't out there completely being bad. They aren't out there completely being good. But they're always going to give it to you straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you can question whatever they do, and the results may vary, but they're doing it. You know what I mean? And it takes courage, especially when you're not bulletproof, and you're not, you can't lift up a tank. It takes a lot of, there's insanity and courage. Is a little bit of both. You know what I mean?
And when there's going to be backlash too.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
you don't know, you run into a situation where you don't know how it's going to end, but you still run into it head first, or fist first, should I say?
Fist first.
Yeah. So what about you?
Well, for me, it's almost like it's the fact that no matter who they are, they're standing up for something, right? Yeah. And they're not gonna allow anybody to change what they stand for, and it's their opinion of what's right, and it's almost like the allure of what a Stone Cold Steve Austin would be, because like a Batman and a Daredevil, like even though they are going after criminals, there's a lot of times where you hear something on the news like, yo, if this guy really did that shit, you know how the expression he should be buried underneath the jail? You know, like in the comics, Batman does that. You know, like there's a lot of these people that get their just due. And like, you know, going to jail is not good enough for most of these people. So to see them get what they deserve,
justice,
you know, and we can't do that as citizens because we'll be more criminal than they are. You know what I'm saying? There's none of that rationality when it comes to the law, the letter of the law in real life. But with these characters, they can push that where it's justice, but it's like street justice. It's emotional justice.
Justice served in their own way.
And it's also one of those things like you see, like Lady mentioned, Spider-Man. Spider-Man, we'll get into him, but he's also that kid that still loves people.
Yeah.
Like he's trying his best to stop crime, but he's also that lighthearted kid, you know, that say hi to people, that cracks the jokes, that does all that other stuff. He might be annoying with.
Do a backflip for you when you ask him to.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's that likable guy. And like they said about Nightwing, he's the likable guy, charismatic and all that other stuff. It goes to show you that you can be who you are and stand for something, but not be that person that this is what I stand for, and if you have any other opinion for it, I'm gonna kill you. You know, it's you know, it teaches a lesson.
That's Thanos.
Yeah, you know, like it can actually teach you how to become a man or a woman of substance, and that's what draws me to him. Is like there's someone to look up to, whether they're real or not. You know.
And in a world with so much fake, you know, sometimes real is exactly what you need.
Yeah.
You know. Go ahead. Did you go into? I would like to hear how you got into these characters, Cap.
Yeah, I was gonna say I commend you guys for like real deep, thought out, you know, answers. That's the part where I connect with you guys, to hear the actual like thoughts and love behind characters, and not just because you know he's drawn well and because I love he wears red. Like so,
he does have a real badass suit though.
Yeah, no, he does.
It looks dope, yo.
Yo, it's like him and Nightwing. I gotta do It's tough, man. That's tough.
So for me, I'm not as big a fan of Batman and Nightwing, but I get into Daredevil.
Please.
The reason I'm into Daredevil is because he has a humbleness about him. The fact that he is a lawyer, but he's willing to take on pro bono cases, and he's willing to help out people who come seeking him, even though they can't pay, and even though that might put him back in, you know, paying for the rent for his house, for his apartment, or for his law firm, or whatever. He's still willing to help out, and it's not only because it's the right thing to do, but it's because that's what he is, which is a shining example of how you can be. You can help out even if you don't have much. You can still do something. Plus the dichotomy of him knowing that what he does at night when he puts on the suit, him knowing that there's things that he needs to atone for, and that it might not be 100% right, but it's something that he has to do, is a more extreme version of sometimes you have to be willing to fight for something. And you don't have to get that extreme, but the conviction to know when it's time to be like, all right, enough's enough. We might not be able to get the job done this way, but we can do it this way. I didn't want to do it, but we can go there. And to know that sometimes you need to pull that strength out. You need to pull that out of you. And the fact that, on a more shallow note, that he turned the word devil from being what we know, you know, biblically, and even though I'm not religious, but he took that and he became the guardian devil.
A symbol of hope in the in a place where you wouldn't have thought to find that. Yeah.
Because
I would love the fact that Daredevil is in Hell's Kitchen. I've always found that beautiful.
Well, yeah,
The
of course.
irony, no, but I've always found it beautiful. Like when they wrote him, I was like, put him in Hell's Kitchen. That
But
is
that's the thing.
gorgeous.
Like, look at his name. He is
Yeah.
daring himself to be the devil, knowing his
Absolutely.
religious backgrounds, knowing how the world might view him, and knowing what he does as his day job. He's still willing to embrace that
Mhm.
because it's not that I'm bad, it's that I am okay with being bad if it needs to happen for the greater good. And it's
There's
funny
also
that
another
you
thing.
said that about like giving without, even if it means not having anything. When I just went back to New York right now, I was chilling with my parents and shit, and sitting, with my mom Dukes or whatever, and we having coffee in the kitchen and shit. And my mom said the realest shit I've ever heard in my life. She said it in Spanish, so I'll try to translate it in English. She basically said, "My toxic trait is that I give without having." I said, "Damn, mom, shit." I was like, "God damn." I was like, "Wow," because it's true. Is that not what Cap was saying? That is the personification of the anti-hero, of the vigilante. Like, I'll give you everything. I don't got shit, even though Batman's rich. But go ahead, Cap.
Now, another little thing that I was drawn to was the fact that, so we mentioned it, he takes on the name Devil, and he takes on the red, and he takes on the anger, because he much rather bear that load than to put it on other people.
Facts.
And that, again, in the comics, and it's an extreme version of that, but that's a good lesson to learn, that sometimes you need to be Atlas. You need to put the world on your shoulders to lighten everybody out, to help everybody else out.
Ain't that
And
the fucking
to
truth?
see somebody, to see a representation where somebody has that type of strength can only, perpetuate you feeling that you have that strength. And then somebody sees you do it. So then when they have an opportunity, they step up and do it.
Damn, beautiful.
Yep. With it.
Anti-heroes is where it's at, bro. Vigilantes is where it's at. You can keep your fucking Boy Scouts over there.
Now,
Word.
Boy Scouts are needed too, but
Yeah, they are.
that's another topic.
So yeah,
That's a
so
fine balance.
we're doing this. So down the road, we'll do Boy Scouts, your Supermans, your Captain Americas. That'll be an interesting podcast too, bro. Yeah, sounds
So
fun.
now we move on to the next guy, and I picked this dude on purpose to kind of flip the script a little bit.
Because
So I picked Ghost Rider.
we about to flip it. Which
So now-
which Ghost Rider are we talking about though?
It's pretty much any Ghost Rider, but I'm gonna stick with just Johnny Blaze, just the first one.
Cool.
But so Ghost Rider is literally born out of a deal with the devil, right? But he can sense goodness in people. His flames do not burn you if you are actually innocent.
Correct.
He has the penance stare, which literally makes you atone for everything you've done wrong.
Everybody you've wronged, he makes you feel it for eternity,
Yeah.
right there.
So he actually has the thing where they sent him after. So during the I think it was World War Hulk, they sent him after the Hulk,
Yeah, I've seen
and
that.
he didn't know the Hulk to begin with. But when he showed up, he sensed Bruce Banner inside, and he sensed the righteousness of why the Hulk was doing what he was doing, and he literally just left. He literally was like, "Yo, this is not somebody I'm supposed to be here for." So out of all the vigilantes we've talked about so far, this is the one in the comics, and if you put him in the real world, this is the one that's the most effectual,
Yeah.
because he's truly going only after the complete wrong. And it's funny because he's born out of the devil. He wasn't born out of, righteousness or whatever. He literally has a spirit of vengeance within him.
The irony.
And even with that, he's still composed enough to know if you are if there's good in you, he will give you that chance.
Even if you did something wrong.
Well, then you wouldn't have
Yeah.
good in you.
So No. Here's the
or
thing.
or depends how bad it gets, you know, because
So here's the
everybody
thing.
does bad shit.
So like where, let's say we have somebody who's selling drugs, right? Batman would stop him. Daredevil would stop him. Nightwing would stop him. Ghost Rider would go up. And if this dude is truly the one case where he's like, yo, I need to provide for my family.
Yeah.
This is the only option I have. I've tried everything else. This is the only option I have. Daredevil can see that. And if the flames don't burn him, Ghost Rider can see that. And if the flames don't burn him, and this dude is truly just like, this is his only avenue, Ghost Rider would literally be like, well, I'm not needed here, and dip out. Which is now a different type of justice since we've been talking about.
So, first and foremost, I would like to say that Ghost Rider is OP. He is OP as hell. Like, he can just take shots. That fucking chain is like sliced through anything. That motorcycle. Shout out to who is it? The new cat with the Charger, Robbie
Reyes.
Robbie Reyes. Shout out to the Charger. But this is and it's fun. This is the most interesting one that you brought to this, and I've been thinking about Ghost Rider the entire time since you guys told us that this is what we talk about, because in the weirdest way, Cap, he's probably the most fair.
Yeah.
Like, this is the guy that was legit made out of the devil and vengeance. This guy is engulfed in hellfire. Hellfire, also very OP. But this guy is only going to mess with you if you truly deserve it. So like you said, even if he sees like a low-level drug dealer that's just trying to do good for his family, he'd be like, whatever. But then he could also sense, if you're just trying to be a drug dealer to, like, let's say, whatever, a weird case, like you're portraying a drug dealer to poison the neighborhood and kill people, to, like, I don't know, maybe try to clear out some of the hoodlums there and bring up the property tax. That hellfire is gonna burn you. You will go down. So although this is probably the most extreme, the most unhinged, he's actually the most fair out of all of them, because it's all objective to him, or subjective. I confuse those. It has nothing to do with personal bias for him, because let's say Batman does see that low-level criminal. Let's say Daredevil does see that low-level criminal, and they know that they're low-level criminals. But this guy, like in the 4th grade, maybe, tripped them. They might be tempted to go and do something. They might be just to fuck with him, maybe just to scare him right quick, just something biased. But Ghost Rider, he's not gonna let that. That is not gonna bother him. It's not gonna stop him. There is absolutely no bias to him. So again, to reiterate, even though he might look like the craziest, have the most death-like looking look out of all of them, he's literally the most fair. What do you guys think about him, as crazy as he looks, actually being the most fair out of the last couple gentlemen that we just spoke about?
Let's not all jump at once.
I mean, it makes sense. It's the spirit of vengeance. It's literally laid out there. That's his job. He comes in. If you're guilty, penance stare, hellfire, the motorcycle that runs you over, cuts you in half, whatever. But the heart is just. If you're doing it for the right reasons, and they always are right reasons. A lot of people forget. You know what I'm saying? They're right reasons. I'm not the most educated. I'm not the brightest. I never had the best situation. But it's a way I can feed my family. It makes perfect sense. And it's true. He looks absolutely fucking batshit insane. You know what I mean? But usually the most batshit insane sometimes are the people that know fairness the best. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's a spirit. It's not a person. It's not just a regular human being making a choice like the other gentleman we spoke about. You know what I'm saying? This is literally a spirit that was made for this. for this sole purpose, to pass judgment on right and wrong. And that's all he knows, right and wrong. Simple as that.
There's no
Black
gray
and white.
area. There's no gray
Yeah, it's
area.
no gray.
anything.
It's black and
So-
white. Yeah.
And I know in a
What do you
weird
decide?
way, you know, people want that gray area sometimes, but he doesn't need that gray area to make the right call. The right call just comes to him. This is, no pun intended, his calling. This is what he
Yes.
does. Like, he's gonna know. He's gonna
Yeah.
look into you, and he's gonna know if you need to go down or not.
And he doesn't need like a justification. He goes, I know what it is.
That's crazy to me.
Simple
And
as
he's-
plain as that. And it's
he's
crazy to
so
give that.
OP.
It's crazy to have a character like that in a very gray world.
Yeah.
In comics.
Yeah.
You have somebody that literally, if you're a hero, but like, let's say Black Widow, for instance, right? Let's say he met Black Widow when she just became a SHIELD agent. He would have killed her because he
Yeah.
was past. You know what I mean? Or the same thing with Hawkeye. He knows he was with the circus, you know, the criminal circus. Done the same thing. He'd be like, well, bro, listen, I know you're a SHIELD agent now, but 2 weeks ago, you were a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
That brings up a whole
Or
other
even,
topic.
or even Tony. Tony's just arrogance, the way he is. You know what I mean? And the way he's fucked over companies like by closing them down, like he did with Wonder Man's company. It's crazy to think, yo, that he caught these people at just as they become Avengers, or they do that, they wouldn't be here.
So does he see the potential good in people? That I don't know. Because
So-
now you're bringing up a whole other argument about possibly maybe needing that gray area. And I know you know. Go ahead, Cap.
So what it is because Ghost Rider is a little more on the spiritual side.
Yeah.
He does recognize atonement.
Okay, cool.
So where Widow and Hawkeye are literally trying to be better people, that does count when he lays down his vengeance.
Okay.
Because there are just certain. So, perfect example. He would have walked up to Thanos during the snap, hit him with the Hellfire chain, gave him the pendant stare, and fucked him up. But when Thanos killed Gamora, he wouldn't have done anything there because Thanos was actually coming from a place of love and actually trying to do something to accomplish a greater goal.
Damn, that's kind of rough because he still killed Gamora. That's
True,
that's that gray area. Like if Ghost Rider were to pull up on like Homelander, let's just say, like he
Oh,
would have put
Homelander's
up
dead.
on a
He's dead.
6 year. Let's say he puts up on a 7, 8-year-old Homelander. He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
Fuck Homelander.
So,
Oh,
what do you
easily,
think?
easily.
So it's weird because what you're describing here isn't necessarily a vigilante. You're describing a judge,
A judge.
a
He's
judge, jury, and executioner.
100%.
Because-
the problem
yeah.
is that judge does kill.
No, but
So
that's
in the essence of vigilantes,
That's what he's saying,
he's
though.
up
He's,
there.
he-
Because
that's what he's
Yeah.
saying,
if
though.
there's
He's
somebody that
judge,
has bodies,
he's judge,
it's Ghost
jury,
Rider.
and executioner.
Yeah.
He's all of
Yeah.
them.
So like
that man has bodies for days.
yeah, so like where a vigilante would replace insufficient police force and try to take the law in his own hands. There's no law with him. There's no preconceived notions.
Oh.
There's no 6 people or 12 people judge you based off of their opinion and what you can prove. It's I see you. You deserve to die.
I see
You're
through
dead.
you.
Yeah,
I
you
see
know what I'm saying?
through you even.
Yeah, I see the person you are,
Yeah.
and that's not acceptable here. You're gone. So that's not really a vigilante-ish to me.
So-
That's more of a like I said, judge, jury, executioner right there. That
So
within
this
the
is
spectrum
why
of
I brought him up.
heroes. Within the spectrum of heroes.
Yeah.
I would say vigilante, but go ahead, Cap.
I brought him up because he is defined as a vigilante
Yeah.
in the
Yes.
comics.
okay?
Absolutely. Yeah.
But in a real world setting, if we had somebody who can legitimately see through intent and get down to the core, would that not make the world a better place?
Absolutely.
It'll
All
make-
politicians.
I-
One
I-
day, all politicians.
It'll make
Let's
the
do
world
this.
less populated.
Over
I'll tell you that shit.
Yeah, there'll be a
I want
lot.
to go through Senate. Be like,
That's basically just a mild version of the Thanos snap. You know what I'm saying? It'll just take longer. He's just like, not you. You're
very
dead.
specific.
You're dead. You're dead. Like if
I
you
mean-
pull up to the Bronx is gonna have 6 people in there, and you 2 guys will be one of those 6 people.
No, well, I mean, if he catches me on the wrong day, I might have to go. If he catches me on the bus, I'm gone.
He catches you on a bus on a packed Wednesday.
Yeah.
You might have to go.
At any time on that 6 train, I'm gone.
Oh shit!
I might be the new spirit of vengeance and might have to make a deal with the devil with the shit I'm thinking on that fucking train.
It's such an interesting character though.
Oh,
And
Blue
again,
said it might actually be worse than the snap.
it might actually be worse than the snap. Yeah, there'd be a lot of motherfuckers gone. Exactly. Yeah, but and again, yeah, it's so crazy that you bring him up. Yeah, he is defined as a vigilante, but you're right. In like a real world setting, he is the judge, jury, and executioner. But again, it's fair, and it's fair. So okay. Because you also need to, and this goes back to how we're saying how people perceive people and these characters and these people that they love and all of that stuff. Because if he were to come into a real world setting, he might be more extreme than all of the other guys. No, he is more extreme than the other guys. But the weird thing about it is that to an average person, they wouldn't be able to tell his fairness. It's like, oh, well, this guy did this. Should he really deserve death? Well, in his eyes, with that hellfire, there's nothing more fair than that hellfire. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, step into the fire. If you're not feeling anything, you're good. If you start burning, you're gone.
So I have a question based off of something like that. But go ahead, Cap.
So what I was gonna say is, him in a real world setting. Now, Cap, you brought up something. Other people's perception of how far he goes.
Yeah.
So we're looking now in this real world,
Correct.
and not to get too into it, but like cancel culture.
Yeah.
There are some times where people get canceled for shit that's like, what? Like, what the fuck are we canceling him for? He didn't do shit. Or he said something that, like Kevin Hart. Yeah, he said those things like 10 years ago, but have you seen, so this is where Ghost Rider would see his atonement.
Atonement, yeah.
Yeah, if you've seen what he's done since then you would have no problem that he said it, he apologized for it. Look at his track record now. What are we doing? So if we all can use, again, not to his extreme, but if we all can just use a little bit of his judgment and look at the entirety of what people have done or what people are doing and not just segments, I think we'll all be in a little better place.
Like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a fair person.
I was.
You might not like how he is. You might not like that he kills elk all day and eats it, but Joe Rogan is a fair person. Even if Joe Rogan doesn't like you, he will still bring you to his podcast so you can say your piece. But whatever, that's one other thing. Let Toe ask his question though before he forgets. What was the question?
Well, my question is, would he be more effective out in the real world than a Batman or a Daredevil or Nightwing? Just based off of the fact that, let's say there is someone who's good in heart but just in a bad situation and he's doing the wrong thing, and Ghost Rider goes up to him, tests him, and he's like, yo, you passed, you survived, and it was life or death right there. It's more potential for him to change his way for where he is because he sees that this shit is real now. And like, you know, I'm really this person, and, you know, to be the good person and to change, than it would be for someone to just break every bone in your body because you're doing something that you're just caught up doing because you had no other choice.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the point that Cap keeps making, that it goes beyond what you're doing, what you did. It's the atonement. Do you have it in you to clear all of this bad or the potential bad or whatever meaningless bad that you did, whatever the case? If he sees the atonement, then you're good. So I actually think it is more effective, and that's me. And I'm gonna bring it back around to my first point, that it's like you have this crazy character that like looks nothing like what Matt looks like, what Bruce looks like, you know what I'm saying? Whether a costume or not, you see this shit pull up, you're scared. But at the end of the day, it's not about him. It's about you, whether you go down or not. Are you really this good person? Because that's another thing. There's motherfuckers out in the world that pretend to be good people and are just not. Then there's people that are in bad situations, but they're really good people. There is no, and again, I keep coming back to it. There is no fairer person at this point than Ghost Rider. So I honestly think it would be more effective than just Batman breaking fucking bones. Like, yes, this guy stole a block of cheese, but he's also feeding his family with that block of cheese, Batman. But you didn't know that. You know who knows that? Ghost Rider and the Hellfire. They know that this block of cheese was going to go feed the fam. It probably would be more effective. Yeah. I like it. And shout out to the original Ghost Rider. What was his name? The crazy cowboy dude? Slade, Connor.
Yeah, they call him Caretaker.
Yeah, I love that guy. I love cowboys. He's just fucking over here shooting shit. He has a fucking flame horse.
The only good thing about the movie is that Sam Elliott played him. So take that.
Yeah.
The greatest mustache in Hollywood ever.
Yeah. we gonna get Captain Hollywood soon, so it might be second best. Real
Right.
No, I'm the greatest mustache in comic book podcasts.
There you go. That's how you do it.
100%. I
Right.
want you to clip that. I want you to clip that toe, and I want you to put it up on the Instagram. Greatest stash in comic book podcast history.
What we need to do is we need to get a sponsorship like that between your stash, our beards, and it shows we can do some live bearded promo, man, because we all got facial hair for the most part.
You could just make T-shirts of silhouette of a bald hair, stash, and beard. It doesn't even look like anything. You know what I'm saying? That's actually not a. It's actually not a bad
idea at all. No,
it's not
at
a
all.
bad T-shirt. It's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to Ghost Rider. Shout out to Bobby. Shout out to Alejandro too.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I did some research.
I like when sometimes when a woman takes a mantle, like with a question.
So it's Danny Ketch, right? Because I did some research on. Yeah, but apparently that's like the Ghost Rider that like a lot of people say that's the Ghost Rider that everyone knows, and it's like I don't know, man. I kind of know Johnny Blaze the most.
No, so here's the thing: Danny Ketch has the motorcycle everyone knows.
Yes.
Oh, the one with the big face, right?
That to Johnny Blaze.
Okay.
Because Johnny Ketch has the one that kind of looks like there's a skull in front, and it's like a big block.
Yeah, which is sick. Yeah, I did some research on Ghost Rider. I knew a little bit about Johnny Blaze. I knew about Caretaker. I know, but I did not know much about Alejandra, and her situation is pretty effed. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
If you want to talk about tragic backstories, you have a man who made a deal with the devil to save his father.
Yeah.
And Mephistopheles was like, cool, he won't die from this.
But we're gonna give him fucking.
But he's gonna die from something else.
Yeah, God.
And then he gets imparted with the spirit of vengeance, and then he turns it, he controls it, and actually turns it into a force of good.
Yeah, man.
Like, talk about making lemonade out of lemons.
That guy made.
Ghost Riders get lied to.
That guy made fucking.
And they take it, like that's a good lesson. That's another good lesson to learn, that if you read deeper into the actual meaning of it, where you might get lied to and you might get the shit under the stick, but the ability to take that, find where the positive is, and turn it around in your favor, that's a strength that's a strength that everybody should learn to come to.
That's why I like the Predator movie so much, because the Predator, he is portrayed as this killer, but the Predator only kills for sport. He's not killing you if you're not attacking him. Like, Arnold clearly says it to Homegirl. Like, no, don't pick up that gun. If you pick up that gun, then he's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Even in part 2, when he sees the lady that's pregnant.
Yeah.
He goes,
he's like, oh, there is a baby in there. Like, okay, you go. I love the Predator, but not to sidetracked, but it's kind of what we do. It's kind of what we do.
Before I ask my question, Lay wanted to say something. Did you say what you wanted to say, Lay, or no?
I completely forgot it.
Okay.
It happens.
Nah, I hear you.
Ask the question though.
No, that was before I asked the question if he was.
Got you.
Yeah.
So you got anything else to input here, Toe? You've been this is one of the rare podcasts where you've been sitting back.
Hey man, I'm letting you guys go at it. You know what I'm saying? Like this is you don't need no direction from me, so I'm letting you
You're
go.
talking too much, bro. You're talking too much. Stop being like show. Stop being like show. You're talking way too much.
Show's place all of a sudden. What's wrong with you?
Hey man, he's not here. I gotta take his. But you know,
I'm talking in the group too. So
no, this is true. But I'll pull a show on ya. Yeah, I like Daredevil. I like Ghost Rider, and they're cool, and I enjoy them, and they kill people, and sometimes you gotta kill people, and I like them, and they're cool, and it's true, and they're vigilantes because they go and they're cool. I like them.
You guys are good friends because you did them perfectly. You did them perfectly, friends. Yeah, they cool.
He even look down like he does on some.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They cool.
The mannerisms are on point because he's at the mic on some.
They're looking down, bro. Yo, but real talk though, Flacca was talking about that she needs stitches and she has not typed all night. So
for real,
like, Flacca, if you're in the hospital, if you're gonna go get stitched up, I hope everything is okay.
Word. If you're safe, blink twice.
If you're safe, just write ones on the chat or something because you making us nervous.
Word.
But no, again, great call bringing Ghost Rider because out of all of these fucking wackadoos, he seems to be the one that's crazy.
So I have a question, based off of who we said already, because we still haven't mentioned Spider-Man, but based off of Batman, Daredevil, and Nightwing, which one of those would actually pass the Hellfire?
Nightwing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, so, Daredevil is not passing. Daredevil, we can take him out of there. Batman won't pass.
So here's the thing: right on the onset, Nightwing is passing because he's the purest.
He's the purest of them all, for sure, 100%.
Batman might be able to pass.
But he'll get third-degree burns. He'll get third-degree burns.
Fucking technicality.
Yeah, he's the technicality. He'll get third-degree burns. Like you're alive, but the shit hurt you.
So Daredevil, he's the one that would pass based on his. He would pass based on his religious beliefs. So he'd actually pass because he would tell Ghost Rider, "Nah, take me. I know I'm fucked up." And the flames wouldn't burn him, but Daredevil would be the one like, no, your flames are wrong. Come get me.
So is Daredevil the type of person that I'm doing this so you won't have to?
Yeah, 100%.
That's a very big part of what he does.
That is verbatim Daredevil.
Okay.
I am taking this role of the devil so that you could just have all the God in you. Let me take the devil out of you. I'll hold that down. You can just keep God in you or whatever.
And he can. I mean, ultimately, everybody we mentioned can do these roles. They can. They're good at it. Clearly, you know what I'm saying. So, it's a lot of people forget that these guys are good at what they do. All of them.
Yeah. Trained by the best.
They're legit. They're good at what they do.
Yeah. Shout out.
Ghost Rider's just,
he's just Ghost Rider. He has one track. That guy does not have. He's not Shrek. He does not have layers. He does not have crossways. That man is on a straight path. But you know what's crazy? Shout out to Ghost Rider, bro. It's not someone that we bring up a lot in all conversations, not just this podcast. And he is OP as shit. Ghost Rider is OP, bro.
He has killed God before.
Yeah, bro. He is OP. Like he will pull up to Thanos, and it ain't no problems. Like Ghost Rider's old fucking P, bro. It's crazy, and he's just badass looking. You know what I'm saying? This guy's it's a flaming head with a leather jacket and a sick bike.
And here's my hot take. I actually like both movies. And I think Spirit of Vengeance is actually better than the first one.
They had more
It's
Ghost
a-
Rider in it.
We were doing so good, Cap. We were doing so good today. We were doing so good. About to take off my shirt. I kind of like it. Now, can I ask you? Okay, real question. What'd you think about Nick Cage?
So I
love Nick Cage. Man.
hate the fact that Nick Cage is Ghost Rider.
Yeah, but
to me, especially the second one, is a little more true to the character of Ghost Rider. Despite Nick Cage's fucking, you can ask Toe.
I know.
Absolutely hate that the
That's why I
Rider
asked,
is
that's why-
scratching at the door. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's why I asked. That's why I asked. Nick Cage is a very particular.
Yeah.
You know, like
But-
you either love him or you hate him.
It's like if you like a certain kind of wine, you get a very particular taste with him. It's like
So
you
wait,
gotta
the-
like him.
The second one is with the guy from American Beauty.
That's the first one.
Oh, that's the first one.
Yeah, the second one's with
Idris
Idris
Elba,
Elba, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Idris Elba.
So,
Got it. I need to
here's the
watch
thing.
that one. I need to rewatch that.
Like this podcast, those two movies are movies that I can look at critically and see where the shortcomings are and still go, you know what? I accept the shortcomings. I see where they are, but I found where my entertainment was.
Yeah.
And I found what I needed to negate the shortcomings.
Probably one of the most accurate comic book looking, because he is on point. He looks. I think he looks well. I think he looks dope.
Yo,
And,
what
you know,
they did,
they're not
what
the
they did,
worst.
especially in the second one, is they had Nick Cage actually do all the acting as Ghost Rider, and then they mo-capped his face to put the skull on.
I gotta go back to that. I need to fucking take a week off of work and just fucking watch all the movies, watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., watch Naruto. Just, I'm gonna take a fucking sabbatical and just watch shit. Yo, I got COVID for 2 months. I'll be back. You know what I'm saying? And just watch-
The other day,
I
randomly,
promise you guys, I'm gonna watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
the other
watch.
day, randomly, I watch Daredevil with Ben Affleck, right? And I'm no, 1 second.
I'm not gonna say
I watch
Daredevil.
I watch a director's cut.
The director's cut is
cut's a
dope.
lot better.
And
Yes.
I didn't
Director's
notice.
cut.
I didn't notice. It's actually better.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. I said, where was this? Why wasn't this the one that came out?
Bro, we are robbed out of so much good shit that you see it come up in director's cuts. We are people reshoots and all of this shit, and you have this amazing idea, and then the corporate suits come and just fucking gnaw at that shit.
Remember that fact that I don't know, Cap, you didn't use this, but apparently when they did Blade, the suits wanted him to be white. And the director was like, fuck no, I'm not making him white. Have you read the comics? He's a black man.
It sucks. It sucks because look, I understand that it's hard to work with Wesley Snipes. People have said that on multiple sets with Wesley Snipes. I get it. But you couldn't have just been like, yo, can we reshoot with another guy? You just wanted to make him white?
Yeah, they just wanted to get, whitewash the whole way through.
You know what's funny? In those comments, somebody tried to be funny and be like, well, Nick Fury was white. Incorrect. Nick Fury was both white and black in the comics. So shut up. And look, if there's one, I'm okay with changing races and changing genders. I've said this plenty of times. But there's some people you don't fucking change. You don't change Blade. You don't change Shaft. James Bond can be changed. You can make James Bond whatever the fuck you want. Blade, you cannot touch. You just can't.
Yo, here's a funny story from Hollywood. So back in like 1995 or 96, they wanted to make a Harriet Tubman movie. And it never got off the ground because one of the executives literally was like, yo, I think we should cast, what the fuck's her name? The one who played Aaron Brockovich. Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts?
Yes. They
As
literally
Harriet
said,
Tubman?
I think we should cast Julia Roberts as Harriet Tubman.
In
Now,
blackface?
this never got to her. Right in that boardroom, they stopped it and was like, no, we're just not going to do the movie then.
Yeah. But like what, in blackface? Or
I-
just...
No. Julia Roberts is Harriet Tubman.
That's Harriet
See,
Tubman.
I think Ghost Rider would have hell flamed that motherfucker and he'd have been gone.
Yeah, the whole movie
Yo.
would have flamed. He would have flamed that whole shit. Oh my
So
god! That's
why don't we
so
just make
bad.
Woody Harrelson Malcolm X? Fuck it. Start out there. Let's get a little extreme. What the fuck is a mindset for people?
I'm not gonna
Jim
lie,
Carrey
I'm not
is
gonna
Martin
lie.
Luther King.
Yo,
Absolutely
I'm not
correct.
gonna lie,
in
I'm not-
1995 and 96, Julia Roberts was the biggest name you
That's
can get.
true. Pretty woman,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But that
Right,
doesn't
yeah,
mean
that's true.
nothing.
I'm not. Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna lie though. Woody Harrelson.
That would have been
as
hilarious.
Malcolm X would be fucking hilarious.
I
Is
think he
what?
could pull it off.
That would
Woody
be
Harrelson?
hilarious. Woody Harrelson as Malcolm X would be fucking.
I just thought somebody,
It would be
who
so
doesn't-
wrong and so stupid that I think it would be pretty funny. But no,
Yo.
Julia Roberts and Harriet Tubman, get that shit out of my face. Get out of here. So stupid.
Boy, they recently made a movie about Harriet Tubman
They did.
with a
No,
black
that's-
woman.
That's where I found out that fact because it came
Really?
up during the whole thing, during the press junket and shit.
I would quit Hollywood after something like that. I'd be like, no,
Yeah.
I'm leaving this place.
I bet you
That's-
any money that guy that made up that idea gave us the Fantastic Four, the Fan Four Stick version. I guarantee
Which
you,
Fantastic Four?
the Fan Four Stick. Yo, that movie was okay until Doom showed up. Then it's like, hold
the
up.
first one was not bad. I like Johnny Storm. It
Man,
wasn't
Nip and
bad.
Tuck. Nip Tuck.
It wasn't bad. Also, Reed Richards was also casted very
I'm
well.
not gonna lie to you. Johnny Storm was perfect
Johnny Storm was perfect. Reed
because
Richards was perfect.
he's
Even
a douche.
even the Thing was perfect.
Yeah.
It wasn't terrible.
Dr. Doom in the second one with the Silver Surfer was portrayed better.
Yeah. And
But
I did,
He
I did
did
like,
Doom for so long at that point, though. He's
I
already
did like
been
Lawrence
Doom.
Fishburne. I did like Lawrence Fishburne as Silver Surfer.
He did the voice.
Yeah, I like
He
that.
did
I
the
like
voice,
that.
And Doug Jones, of course. Doug Jones does all the creepy looking dudes.
All right.
That's what he does.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna use the potty right quick, and I'll be right back for Spider-Man.
Oh,
But continue, please.
Yeah, man. I don't.
I'm gonna wait because I put Spider-Man on this list because of a little bit of the argument that we had.
Oh,
This one, although is part of the serious conversation, this is
Mhm.
where we start now getting a little lighter, and you'll see how I word this, just to see what everybody has to say. So we can take any more questions, anything coming up from the chat
What?
as we wait for
Oh,
caps.
you said Blake was like, "Oh, it's a Hollywood whitewashed gods of Egypt." I was like, "Yeah," because
Yeah.
apparently Christian Bale is Egyptian. I was like, "What?"
They
I saw
all
that shit. I was like, "You don't have Egyptian actors? I've seen them in plenty of movies."
they also whitewashed West Side Story.
Also,
Yeah, it was
the
all
Great
Greeks.
Wall of China. For some reason, Matt Damon is the hero in that movie.
Yes.
The Great
Yo.
Wall. I was like, "Why is there a white guy in the Great Wall movie?"
You know what's funny? I was at the Comic-Con panel for that movie.
Mhm.
And the reason they put Matt Damon in it, and he even said it himself, is the director and all the other actors. They started to try to do this in China, and they could not get funding for it. The Chinese government just wouldn't let them make the movie. So they came to America, and the American corporations were like, "Yo, we can't put this here unless you have a big name, because the American audiences don't know your people, and they're not gonna get this because this is not the type of movie in America." So they went to Matt Damon, and Matt Damon agreed to be in this to put shine on the director and all the other actors in it.
What movie?
So it unintentionally
Great
became
Wall?
a Matt Damon
The Great
vehicle.
Wall.
Yeah, it unintentionally became a Matt Damon vehicle when he actually was trying to just be in it to get eyes on what the director and the rest of the cast can do.
Hey,
Like
Flock
a
is still
fact.
alive.
Flocka, did you go get stitches?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Cause
You know it's a good vacation when you got to come back and get stitches.
word.
You know what I mean?
So, Bleaks mentioned Deadpool. He did Deadpool with the question marks.
Deadpool's more anti-hero than he is vigilante, though,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, the
Yeah.
man's a mercenary.
He
He gets
himself
paid.
knows he's a horrible person.
Yeah, but he gets paid to kill.
He's just funny.
That makes you a horrible person there by itself, by default.
The
I
only-
pay you to murder people for me.
The only reason Deadpool would survive Ghost Rider's Hellflame is because Thanos made him immortal. Yo, I honestly think that I don't know if, to my knowledge, Ghost Rider and Daredevil haven't had too many experiences together. But I honestly think that if Ghost Rider tried to do the penance stare on Deadpool, it would drive the fucking spirit of vengeance crazy.
First of all,
Nah,
I know what Deadpool's gonna say. I know what Deadpool's gonna say.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Deadpool's gonna be like that. If you're gonna stare at me like that, you could at least kiss me.
Yes.
You're this close. You might as well kiss me at this point.
Like,
You know,
hey,
because
why don't
he
you buy me a drink
rolls
first?
everywhere.
Oh,
You know,
just for the people listening, just because, some people like catch you slipping, I am well aware that the penance stare does not work all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't.
There is a certain situation and a certain group of characters that it does not work on.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna throw that out there before we get into
And
the
somebody
comments.
gets
What
like-
about this?
and just for future reference, and because I need it for the documentation if we ever get the documentary or anything like that. For anyone who's questioning these shits, remember we have all the facts. We have all the fucking facts. So if you're sitting here, well, the best, go fuck yourself. Hit that thumbs up button on the screen. Go fuck yourself. Have the podcast playing so we can get the hours watch, and then go fuck yourself again. All right.
Can we
That's how-
copyright? Can we
I wouldn't go that
copyright
far.
1-800 facts?
We
Can we
we
copyright
might
that?
be able to.
Can
We're
we
gonna have
copyright
the
1-800 facts?
yeah we're gonna have the
Yeah,
copyright 1-800 facts and go fuck yourself. That those are the things we need to copyright.
So Flocka, we gave her great suggestions on how to take care of this, big cut that she has. I said put some Robitussin on it.
Yep.
You said duct tape. She put water.
Yeah,
Listen.
this.
Veganism isn't always the answer. Okay.
Yeah,
Put a piece of steak on there. I know you're not vegan. It's a joke, but like, if it's a problem, ain't you a doctor?
for real. Get hand sanitizer on that some bitch. You be alright.
Stitch that shit yourself.
Word.
Rambo status on some.
Dip it
Yeah.
into some really hot soup, chicken noodle. You'll be all right.
Yo, there's got to be bullets somewhere around the crib. Just get the gunpowder, light the shit up, and cauterize the wound. There you go.
Yeah.
Super glue. There you go. Don't use the gorilla glue because that shit foam up on you.
Yo, I mean, technically, isn't there like a new technology that came out where they're not stitching? It's just like a glue that puts this shit
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
afraid
They
to
have-
glue
It's a
without
full skin.
skin.
They have that, and they have it's kind of like a tape shit what they use on my shoulder, where it's this. They have like disposable stitches, and then they have like a tape, which that's how they put my labrum back up. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, so they actually had in the military back in like the early 90s, they actually developed a thing which was the grandfather of what we're seeing now, where if you were bleeding, they'd put like this pad, and the more the pad soaked up the blood, the more it would coagulate the blood on the wound and close it up. So in the field, when you couldn't have stitches or anything, you'd put that, tape it around the guy, and that'll sustain him until you can get somewhere else where you can actually deal with it.
Jeez, why don't
That
we have
reminds me of
shit
that,
like that?
You
Shit like-
seen Judge Dredd, the one with Kyle Urban, when
Yeah.
he does and it foams up?
Yeah.
Reminds me exactly of that.
Great movie.
So
Yes,
We
great, very
could-
underrated.
yes. So we do have stuff like that here in the civilian world. It's been changed and it's been modified and it's been, upgraded and shit like that.
Let's stop trying to go to space so much and fucking put those patches out there.
Yo,
Flocka would just and be all right.
That's it.
Right now.
Before we get into the Spider-Man,
Yeah, let's go to Spider-Man.
because you know how we love to sidetrack here. Has anybody else thought it was weird that in 1960 something, John F. Kennedy said, "We're gonna go to the moon," all right? And we made it to the moon. And now here in 2021, the best we can hope for is to get up in the the upper atmosphere.
Well, apparently we
What
don't.
the fuck is that?
I'm not
Apparently
trying to get sniped.
we
I'm not
don't
trying to get
have
sniped.
we
I'm
don't
not trying
have
to
the
get sniped.
technology to go to the moon anymore, or some shit
How
like
is
that.
But we did
Well,
it
we
in
had it
19
in
Hold on.
1968.
Yo, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Yo, here's my thing, Vince.
Another man from the Bronx.
Here's my thing. In the immortal words
I don't want to get
of
shot.
Obadiah Stane,
Yes, sir.
Tony Stark built this shit in a cave with scraps, and we can't fucking do nothing better.
Yo, 400
But
years and we still
in
haven't.
defense of the kid from Christmas Story, I'm not Tony Stark.
Yeah.
There you go. Yo, 400 years and we haven't got any better with the racism and segregation of this country. So
Well, we can go to space.
the moon
that's
isn't a
different.
priority.
That's different. We don't have genius level motherfuckers working on that issue.
Facts.
Well, we have the Armageddon shit. People in rooms thinking shit up, and people in rooms thinking shit up after they think shit up.
Do you guys think we should put
Space
more
Force
money?
to the rescue.
Do you guys think we should put more money in going downwards instead of going up, like seeing what's like underwater? You think we should put more into that?
I know exactly what's underwater. More water and fish.
Namor.
Yo,
I was gonna say Atlantis, but there you go.
I don't know. Maybe we should just keep that money here and like fix some streets.
Yeah.
Lot of potholes.
Well,
lot
that-
of potholes.
Potholes, a lot of homeless people starving.
The fixing of the streets is delegated to the voters.
That's 100%. The more you vote, the more they fix those cracks on the street. Everybody go fucking vote, and not just presidential. Go vote all the time. Go vote for everything. If there's some kind of voting, just pull up. Even if you don't know, just what we voting for? Governor? Oh, that seems important. Yeah.
Nah,
Yo,
Even
just
if
vote.
it's homecoming king and queen.
vote.
Yo,
Use your right to vote, bro. This is America.
the only thing I'm gonna advise people to vote for is that the Nukkle Hedd Podcast is the best podcast on the planet Earth. Everything else, that's for if you're a business owner or a CEO or someone who actually has a say in this country, this is your country, bro. Go ahead, vote and go change the world. But for us, we're just living here.
But what
So
you need to do is hit that thumb.
Yeah, hit the thumb button, and if you don't like what I just said, go fuck yourself after you hit the thumb button, and then
thumb button
before you
first.
did the go back in time and fuck yourself before you hit the thumb button and hit it twice.
You know why you should hit the thumb button? Because we're not necessarily looking for your approval, because we're still being real about it. Go fuck yourself, but hit that thumb.
And we got the facts.
That's how you
Throw
know
it
it's
out
real.
there.
These
Yeah.
motherfuckers be trying to act like, oh, well, no, go fuck
Do
yourself,
that.
but hit that thumb.
Word.
Real
By the
shit.
way, ironically, is in a format that's not supposed to be elitist. And Cap said it before. If you're really sensitive about these characters,
Yeah, get the
I'm
fuck
not
out.
saying you're too invested, but I'm saying you might not be reading them the way you're supposed to read them. You know what I mean? You're not looking at all the angles, my friends.
A lot of these people are fucked.
They all got flaws.
A lot of them are fucked.
They all got flaws, son.
But
Even your perfect guys have flaws. So
yeah,
do us a favor.
we about to get in
Take a
some
step-
Spider-Man
take a-
stuff.
Yeah.
Take a massive step back and start fuck your face.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's how you would make Superman more what's the word?
Relatable.
Relatable. There you go.
Yeah,
See,
make him
we
like
got a
himself.
fucking thesaurus inlay right here, and it's not an extinct one. This is a real one.
Imagine Superman. Imagine Superman saves you from a crazy situation, and he goes, "Go fuck yourself."
Yep.
I only did this because I had to. Boom, and it just leaves you like,
Wow, greatest superhero.
you know what? I fucking like that guy. I like
Yeah.
that guy.
I don't know. Maybe again, I'm the contrarian. I'd have been like, "Go fuck myself. Go then put me back where the fuck you found me."
No,
bitch. I'll get my own way out."
but if you jumped off the roof to kill yourself and he saved you, yo, you know what? Why don't you go fuck yourself instead of killing yourself?
Everybody gets one.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
gets-
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine. Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets
Yeah.
one.
Only one.
Yeah.
So,
Listen,
with
you
that
piece
said,
of shit.
jump into
Ironically.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, let's go into Spider-Man.
So,
And on that note,
I got what's saying. So this one is still part of the serious conversation, but I put this in for
For the different side of the spectrum in vigilantes, right?
because-
Yeah, for
so
sure.
here's the thing. you had brought up before that Spider-Man is a hero because he puts the hood ahead of his family.
Yeah.
So I wanted to look at some of the worst things he's done
Yo.
to his family
Yeah.
and see how much of a hero is he really. So we start off with he literally gets labeled by the media as a criminal, and his actions are such that half the people actually believe he is a criminal and he is a menace. And that's not, propaganda can only go but so far. People at some point have to see something to buy into, to believe it. Otherwise, it's just a man standing shouting into a field.
Jay Jonah's very charismatic.
True.
He's
So
very charismatic.
now we get into some shit here. So one, his cocky attitude and his nonchalantness literally led to the death of Uncle Ben. When he had all this power and he just let the criminal go because, hey, it's not my problem. And the funny thing is that, what do you call it? The lesson of with great power comes great responsibility is not actually something that Uncle Ben tells him. That's something that came up before Uncle Ben died and the takeaway from after he died. But that means to tell me that he is not inherently a hero because he didn't already have that in him.
Yeah.
To be like, yo, I gotta stop this dude. Look what I can do with my gifts. He's just like, fuck that.
Fuck that. You didn't pay me. You didn't pay me.
So there's one. Two. He has been depicted as stringing up bad guys and saving people with his webs. But yet, he kills Gwen Stacy with his web. So now this is why I bring this up.
He didn't mean to.
No, I bring this up for this reason. Again, he is so nonchalant, right? So the Green Goblin goes crazy because his son almost dies and he has a mental break. When Norman Osborn has a mental break and a whole bunch of memories that he locked away come flooding back. So he knocks Gwen Stacy out of Spider-Man's hand. She falls off the bridge. He hits her with the web, brings her back. Goblin looks at Spider-Man and goes, hey, I killed her because the fall from this height would give anybody a heart attack.
I know. You don't gotta tell me. You don't gotta tell me. I know. I have the cover right here.
So I'm
the cover right here.
So
That's
Green Goblin.
Gwen Stacy in his fucking arms. I have it.
So Green Goblin says, I killed her, right? And Spider-Man looks at Goblin and goes, no, you're wrong. I saved her. And it is at that point, he literally looks at him and goes, dude, you're wrong. I saved her. Because he doesn't even realize what he's done, because he's done it so many times. And then he realizes that she's dead. And instead of turning around and be like, oh shit, did I do this? He immediately turns to the Goblin and is like, well, you did kill her. And it only hits him later that his actions caused that death. So I bring it up because his arrogance, that's the second time.
Yeah.
His arrogance led to somebody dying, and he didn't see that right away. Yeah. It only was after the fact that he came to that conclusion. Two, the One More Day storyline. He literally gave up his marriage and his one true love to save, no matter what it took, to save his aunt. All right? But how did she wind up in that situation? He revealed his identity in Civil War and then took no precautions to protect his loved ones. So when they came at him, the Kingpin sends a hitman, snipes him through the window. He literally grabs Mary Jane and dodges the bullet, but doesn't do shit about Aunt May. And he dodges the bullet as it hits Aunt May. And then has to go in there and ruin however many years of marriage and happy memories and all that shit. to make up for a mistake because, again, his fucking arrogance. Then there's another storyline, which this has nothing to do with his arrogance, although it might. But this has something to do with his not thinking 100% through. So
His brashness.
So here's the thing. There's two different storylines here. One, I brought it up before, Anti-Venom. When Eddie Brock becomes Anti-Venom, he literally goes after Spider-Man because Spider-Man's blood is radioactive from the spider. So he's trying to take the radioactiveness out because he knows eventually it's going to do harm to Peter. So in this storyline, this 4-run comic that they did, an older Peter Parker comes back to our timeline to help out. And when he does so, he gets asked about Mary Jane. And he tells him Mary Jane died because his blood gave her cancer. So
okay. Wow. First of all, calm down. You're hurting my feelings.
Well, this.
I mean, yo,
What?
no. But again, this is what the fuck we're talking about, right? About these vigilantes. And I wouldn't say it's the most shown attribute of a vigilante, but a lot of them tend to be cocky. Also, we need to remember Spider-Man's a fucking kid. You know what I mean?
Well, all this happened while he was an adult.
I mean,
With the
what do
exception
we
of Uncle Ben, but
what do we consider? Well, Gwen Stacy was early though. That was early.
it was early, but he was in college. He wasn't a high school.
He was in high school. He was college. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. So wasn't Gwen Stacy high school and Mary Jane college?
So this is the story actually behind it.
Okay. Go for
Gwen
it.
Stacy was in high school, and they had a long, lengthy relationship early in his run. But the writers, this is a hilarious thing. The writers were like, "Yo, we wrote this love story too perfect, and we wrote ourselves into a corner. We can't make this realistic anymore."
That's why.
So-
that's where toxic Mary Jane comes from.
No. Well, yeah, but so peep this. So
It made
they
her
said,
Lois Lane.
Okay, so we need to shake up Spider-Man. He hasn't learned enough. So the writers went up to Stan Lee and was like, "Yo, we want to kill Mary Jane to break up this thing, to give us more room to grow, to have Spider-Man learn of the fucking biggest lesson of his life, blah, blah, blah." Stan Lee goes, "Okay, cool, do it." Forgets about it. He goes on vacation. He comes back.
And they kill Gwen.
Yeah, he comes back and he's like, "Who the fuck said that they could kill Gwen Stacy?" And yo,
that's so good.
He was in such a rut over it that it's actually in the original run of the comics. When he was proofreading it, he accidentally says that Goblin throws Gwen Stacy off of the George Washington Bridge, but they drew the Brooklyn Bridge. So that whole Gwen Stacy thing came out of, we can't do anything with it. Stan Lee going, "Yeah, do it," forgetting about it. And then they had to come up with Mary Jane, who they future tracked and put it in college so they can kind of atone and make up for it. And then again, they ran themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
Where they couldn't do much with Mary Jane. So what do? They come up with the one more day. We got to break it up so we can continue to do some shit with Spider-Man.
So fucking interesting, man. There's so much weird shit about comics like that. One of my favorites is Grey Hulk with the print.
Yeah.
How it just like the color came out wrong, and they're like, "Fuck it, let's go with it." There's so much you gotta remember, man. These guys can't just redraw shit. Something happens back in the day, you can't just take it back to the drawing board, bro. That's what you're going with. That's so interesting, bro. Damn. Thanks for clearing that up, man. That's really interesting. Go ahead.
So I got a question now, where Daredevil's motivation is, "I do this so you won't have to." Batman's "I do this to make a better city," and then Spider-Man's "I do this because I can."
No, so Spider-Man, yes. Spider-Man is literally
He's not a
with
hero.
great
He's just
power.
somebody who has the ability to do something. He says, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it."
And
Yeah,
he
because-
feels like when he doesn't do it, the bad things happen, like he
Yeah.
says in the MCU. After all of that bad shit happened because of his cockiness.
Yeah, because remember, with great power becomes great responsibility. So he's not doing it because he himself feels like he's the one to step up and do it. He's doing it because, well, I have these gifts. This is what
So-
I'm supposed to do.
So, basically, what you're saying is, if there was a superhero in real life, that would be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He's the closest to someone we can have in real life based off of how he
Spider-Man
is.
the closest we can have. Yes.
And
Besides Batman not having powers, if we're in the spectrum of a superhero with actual powers that we could relate to the most, it's 100% Spider-Man. And I think that's his appeal. Would you agree, Cap?
Yeah, that's what makes him relatable is the
Yeah.
fact that he is the guy that's like, shit, well, I have this fucking ability. I got to use it somehow.
Man, fucking cocky ass Spider-Man. Okay.
Now,
So
is it
first of all-
cockiness or is it ignorance?
No, so that's a point to be made. They
That is
wrote
a-
it as cockiness, and it
It could
reads as
be-
cockiness.
Could be arrogance or ignorance, did you say?
Ignorance.
It could be
I
interchangeable.
would, I would say
A little
arrogance.
bit of both.
I would say arrogance, yeah. Because he's from Queens, too. You know, Queens, people got a fucking chip on their shoulder because no one talk about that fucking borough. You know what I mean?
Because,
Oh,
you know,
I said it.
because
I said it.
it's kind of like the way you're saying it is kind of like he's using muscle memory. And his powers are just being a vigilante and doing what's right. You can't use muscle memory. It's like driving a car. It's a dangerous weapon. And with muscle memory, you don't have those instincts that you would if you were paying attention.
So here's
You cannot tackle every situation the same, essentially,
Yeah.
is what you're trying to say.
So
Yeah.
here's
No,
the thing.
100%.
The writers made him, so he had some sort of sickness, like he had some sort of cold. So when he went to go fight the goblin, he was already off balance and not thinking straight and all this. But like I said before, he saved so many people that instead of taking an extra second to make sure he had her in his state, he just went whap and grabbed her. And the thing is, she didn't die. She died because of the sudden stop.
Yeah,
when-
the
If he was
whiplash.
thinking clearly, or if he would have took more, like just a second more, he could have webbed her up safely. But the muscle memory and the fact that shit, I'm not feeling too good right now. This motherfucker's out here. I got to do something. Bam, and he just fucking reacted. And if we know, when people, hero, villain, whatever, when you do something out of pure reaction, it's probably the wrong thing.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Lay.
Man,
You
this
haven't
is
got a
this
chance to
is-
speak yet.
This is a tough one, Cap. You're fucking me up. I hate this. I hate it.
Oh, but see, this is the thing, man. We got to be able to look at these things, and we
Yeah,
got to be
of
able
course.
to.
Nah, and that's the thing about this fucking this episode as a whole. These guys are fucked up. A lot of these people are not perfect. It's not how we see them. And I think again the allure to these people, to most of them. So and again, whether you have powers or not, whether we can relate or not, we are always going to be just a little bit closer to the vigilante than we are to the hero. 100%. And Spider-Man is like at the fucking forefront of that. This guy's broke. He can't pay his bills. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he you know, unfortunately, some of us growing up ain't have our folks around, you know, however we lost him or whatever. But this guy is like us. You know what I mean? Like a lot of us are in him.
So I'll let Lay talk after this, but you mentioned, Cap, that sometimes you need to be Atlas. Can we say that Spider-Man is the example of when you don't need to be Atlas, or when being Atlas is hurting? Because it seems like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, out being Peter Parker.
And he's still too nonchalant about it.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: Daredevil, Batman, and Nightwing not Ghost Rider, because Ghost Rider is a completely different
Yeah.
thing. But the other three, they become Atlas when they see they need to be. Spider-Man appears to become Atlas after something happens. After something happens, then Spider-Man's like, shit, I'll put this all on me, and then I'll try to fix it later. He fails to have the ability to, even with his Spidey sense,
To
to
react.
see when he's gonna need to be, when he's gonna preemptively need to put
Yeah.
the world on his shoulders. So like he went to go in that storyline, he went to go see Harry, and his interaction with Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, is what sent him down that spiral and gave him that mental snap, and memories started coming back and shit like that. So instead of clocking that, he just literally went back on his business. He just went back to doing what he was doing. And then Goblin went to his house, and Gwen was the only one there. Where if Spider-Man had a little more tact and a little more vision and awareness of his surroundings, he probably could have seen, something triggered in Norman. Let me go because at that point, the Goblin, before he had his memory shut off, Goblin knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. So if he could have clocked that, he could have been like, oh shit, Goblin knows. And if he's reverting back, I got to get Mary Jane out of the house because he knows where I live. I got to get everybody around him. That's the one thing he fails to do consistently.
Mm-hmm.
He fails to realize when he needs to get the people around him out of fucking Dodge. He somehow brings the fight to them.
I hate it. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Yo,
No,
Lay.
yeah, go ahead, Lay.
So essentially, Spider-Man is like a 6-year-old with a loaded gun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much what you guys are saying. Mostly Cap.
We're gonna make everybody hate heroes.
No.
But this is
No.
something that needs to be said.
No,
Because
yeah,
yes,
yeah, because
Cap, you're
because
right. And I did say that before. And I still stick by it. The one thing I do like about Spider-Man, he's always gonna choose the hood first. However, he only chooses the hood after he royally fucks everything up. Right? Is that what we're getting at?
So what I'm trying to get at is, so you had made the argument could be made that out of everybody I've named, Spider-Man is the most or the closest to a hero.
Yeah.
But if we look at it critically,
He's actually the sloppiest.
we might, not only that, but we might actually see that he's not a hero out of some sense of purpose. He's a hero after the fact.
Out of necessity.
Yeah.
Because he got there. So it's like you're not. It's almost like you're not. He doesn't, like you said. He's not proactive. He's reactive.
Yes.
He's not like Tony Stark says, we're not the Revengers, we're the Avengers. Like we avenge. Like we don't just proactively go out there and do it. Now, and it's funny, ironically, for a character with a fucking spidey sense that tells him what's about to happen, he is extremely dense and dull when it comes to that. Now, does it have to do with the fact that he's on the younger side? Does it have the fact to do where he is like a real life person? Because look, let's be honest, right? So out of all of these people, he is, while some people might say he's the closest to a hero, I want to go a little further than that and say that he's closest to a human, where, Matt Murdock is blind, but he's everything heightened. Fucking Batman is a fucking billionaire. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have powers, but he's a billionaire. Ghost Rider is Ghost Rider. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's that Spider-Man is more of a human. And is that why? So this is the question I'm throwing back to you guys. Is the reason people forgive his slip-ups because of the fact that he's more human?
All right, so I don't know about answering if what I'm going to say is going to answer your question. But I honestly think that he's the guy who doesn't know who he is. He turned into Spider-Man without knowing who Peter Parker was. And now he's trying to figure out who Peter Parker is while trying to be someone who he really isn't.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
So that's where
Randy Sam, Cabs, you could tell that I was watching Spider-Man in 2003. Shout out Tobey Maguire. Not my favorite Spider-Man, but Spider-Man 2 is arguably one of the best superhero movies of all time. If we could just cut like 5-10 minutes of Mary Jane shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Cut like 10 feet. Trim the Mary Jane fat off that movie, and we got a perfect superhero movie.
Give me a little more Doc Ock.
Yeah, a little bit more Doc Ock, a little bit more New York shit. Like, let them go buy a hot dog somewhere. You know what I mean? Anyways, go ahead. So I was just,
No, yeah, I got you. But it's almost like he was given this before he knew who he was, right? So that's where with great power comes great responsibility. He's thinking, I have to do right with these powers instead of figuring out who he is.
But that's the struggle. That's the struggle, right?
And that's why it's like you could almost forgive him as a reader because you know that at the end of the day, even though he's in college, he's still that teenager that became Spider-Man.
That's what I'm saying. That's
That's
why people forgive him. That's why people forgive him. If Batman is doing this kind of shit, you can't forgive Batman for this. You know, even year one, you can't forgive Batman for this, but you're a grown-up. You're a billionaire. You should know this. I think people are a lot easier on Peter because he's a kid. And yes, also, let's talk about his powers, right? Because what we're saying now is that, like, he didn't know who he was. I mean, not many teenagers know who they are, right? And then this power is bestowed upon him. And he, like, you know, kind of like Matt Murdock. We could say the same thing about Matt Murdock because he found his powers the same way. But, I mean, everybody just kind of relates Peter to this young kid. You know what I'm saying? And, the video game, the Spider-Man game that just came out, one of the best things about it is that we start Peter off at 23 years old. He's deep into being Spider-Man. So I think a lot of people forgive him because he's such a young kid. And yes, he didn't imagine not knowing who you are in high school, you know, being this kid that's like picked on and you just want to, you know, chill and fix computers and be this geek. And all of a sudden you get bit by this radioactive spider. Now you're maybe not cooler than everybody, but you're a lot more, you're an enhanced individual. So not only did you not know yourself before, you really don't fucking know who you are now. And in that power struggle, in that inner monologue, that struggle within yourself, you might slip up in any two versions of yourself, you know, where you might do something stupid as Peter, you might do some stupid as Spider-Man.
And he never fully accepted either one of them.
No,
because like you said,
which is the complexity of his character.
Yeah.
That's why he is Spider-Man, because he doesn't know he is. Like, one of the best parts to me in the Spider-Man MCU movie is when he goes to the party and he's about to show off. He's about to pull up as Spider-Man. This kid just wants to be a kid, but he's also Spider-Man. My bad, Toe. Go ahead.
No, Lay, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was wondering, do we give him the leniency because he's a kid, or because we can relate to the mistakes he's made as a kid?
Both.
You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like a lot of times with Spider-Man, he kind of gets that he kind of gets that out because
100%.
Growing up, you've made mistakes. His mistakes clearly are life or death, as Cap
They're costly.
So eloquently with the broken spine. But it's because when you're a teenager, you did it before. Exactly. When you're a teenager, you made mistakes that weren't on that level, but you've made them. So you're looking at it on some, I was young, dumb, and full of cum, and I did stupid shit myself.
Facts.
So is it really because he's a kid, or because you can see the kid yourself in that kid?
So that's the thing. Even when he does get older, you're always going to see that kid in Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man grew up and we didn't. Clearly we grew up, but our love for Spider-Man never grew up to the point that we might not hold him accountable for things, because we're always going to see him as a stupid little kid who got bit by a radioactive spider. You know what I mean?
Also, I'm sorry, Kat, but Also,
It's not
if
a
you
pass, though. It's not a
if you-
pass. I'm not saying it's a pass.
if you think about it, Spider-Man is one of these characters that didn't want these powers.
At all.
Iron Man made his suit to make himself Iron Man. Captain America
Bat-
volunteered for the super soldier serum. Batman
Bat-
became
decided
Batman.
to do this.
Yeah.
He decided to go and train.
Yeah, Daredevil got the powers and trained and tried to do something good for his city.
So in one of the newer versions of Daredevil, he actually had a trainer who taught him how to go around sneakily, and Daredevil hiddenly trained himself while his dad was being a boxer.
Yeah.
So Spider-Man just completely didn't want this shit at all.
So
Good point.
it also brings you to the things like if tomorrow you wake up and you're able to climb walls, you have super strength, all this agility, and you can shoot webs in your head. What are you gonna do? I don't know. What's the right thing to do? Let's go out there and protect people. Who trained you how to protect people? That's something you never wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like the army's coming, or somebody's coming to kill your family. Here goes a gun. Shit, like you just threw this on me, and I'm gonna do the best I can. Whereas if you give a Navy SEAL that shit, all right, I got traps in my house, motherfuckers are falling in holes. I killed 4 or 5 people. You know, you have the thing on the fly with so much power, you're gonna be negligent to what you can do or not. And especially when you don't know what you want to be or who you want to be, and you're forced to be someone who technically you don't want to be, or you don't know if you want to be that. Because from what I understand for Spider-Man wants to be left alone. He wants to live his life with Mary Jane.
He wants to be a kid.
He wants to be as normal as possible.
That's why
the worst
he's
thing
the
is to be
hero.
unsure with that much power,
Yes.
because it's going to come back and bite everybody in the ass.
That's why
And
he's
even,
the
not even
most
people
hero.
you know, because you have no idea what's going on. And then on top of that, I can do this.
Yeah.
I can pick up 5 tons. You know what I'm saying? But the fuck do I do with it? I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow.
That's why he is the most hero out of everyone, because he didn't want it. And although he does make his mistakes, is because he never wanted this. He just kind of went with it. This is a kid who got powers and has no idea what to do, has no one around him mentoring him. You know, Tony Stark was not there in the comics as he is, you know, in the MCU. This is a kid who just got bit and is trying to figure it out while he's going along. And unfortunately, throughout those times, he does some fucked up shit and people end up dying.
At what point do you have to give this kid, all right, he needs to take responsibility? At what point point do we go, all right, homeboy, you know there's other people out there with your abilities or that have similar abilities that doing what you're trying to do. Either go find a mentor and learn how to do it or give it up because you can't figure this shit out by yourself.
At what point do we hold him accountable? Yeah. And it's like, that's the thing. People don't want to hold him accountable. They want to see him as a kid forever. But the truth of the matter is, he's made some crazy mistakes that lead to some pretty costly deaths, including the number one death in his life that like turned him into who he is, Uncle Ben. And that's the thing. That's the thing about Spider-Man. He is a character created out of mistake. You know what I'm saying? Bruce wasn't created out of mistake. Bruce was created out of crime. Daredevil wasn't created out of mistake. Daredevil was created out of good. You know, let's talk about Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider wasn't created out of mistake. Ghost Rider made a deal with the devil. You know what I'm saying? This is the only kid that was made out of mistake. He's the only one. It wasn't supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's why the writers wrote him like that. And I think they kind of went along with that. It is also our responsibilities, like Cap, to realize, yo, you're a little reckless, bro. You've been Spider-Man for like 5-6 years now, and you're still pulling this shit off. We see you. But I think that's why the writers are able to write him so flexible and loosely, because it wasn't what he wanted. It wasn't, you know, him doing it out of like he was Spider-Man already before Uncle Ben died. That just kind of catapulted him, I guess. Now it would be a totally different story if Uncle Ben died and he chased power after that to help stopping people. And then he ended up in that field trip, and then he got bit, and then now he's like, oh, I could really avenge Uncle Ben now, you know? So that's why we give him, I think that's why we give Spider-Man those passes, because at the end of the day, we just see him as this stupid little kid who just kind of fell into this weird situation. So I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I hear
No, it
you.
does.
Cap,
I get it.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah. So two things. First off, the whole holding him accountable. So now he has become a mentor to Miles Morales.
Yeah.
Miles Morales is now in 616.
Yeah.
And he is actually using the lessons he's learned to teach Miles to be better than he is. So at the point we're talking to him, yeah, he hadn't been held accountable, but now he's holding himself accountable. And he's actually trying to make sure that the next generation and the next person to take it up actually does better than what he has done. So he is getting to that point now. The other thing I wanted to say was we've alluded to it.
Who's
but
Randy Sam? Who's Randy Sam?
One of the viewers.
What makes Spider-Man such relatable is in this fantastical world, he is the most accurate. And what I mean by that is, if you give any one of us powers tomorrow, it's going to be sloppy. It's going to be messy. We're going to make the wrong choices. We're going to go overboard. It is not going to be the picture perfect Captain America, or even to an extent of Daredevil and Batman and Superman. It is going to be a weird amalgamation of shit we get right, shit we get wrong. And we see that, we recognize that in Spider-Man, because in our everyday lives, our whole lives is an amalgamation of shit we get right and shit we get wrong.
And how to move forward from there.
Yeah. And how to deal with tragedy, whether it's something that we can control, whether it's something we can't control. Like that's the allure of Spider-Man, is everybody sees Spider-Man, and even when he's fighting Doc Ock, we all can look at it and go, we've been in a situation like that. Not fighting a man with 8 arms, but we've been up against something that seems insurmountable. And we might not have made the right decision. It might not have been pretty, but we got out of it. We came through it to the other side.
Yeah.
And that's what people love about him. That's what makes him Marvel's #1 hero.
I don't know if you guys are into like, some spiritual stuff and like tarot and like tarot cards, but like there's the card The Fool, which is, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a fool or stupid, but you just kind of have this happy-go-lucky attitude towards the world, and no matter what the world throws at you, you're just gonna keep chugging, whether you do the right thing or the wrong thing, or the mistake or not. Like, this you're just going around life, and that's the thing about Cap, like about Spider-Man, that as we are figuring it out along with him, so is he. He's figuring it out, we're figuring it out, and I think that's why we're so glued. And even like, let's go back to Batman the Animated Series. The first episode, the first pilot Batman the Animated Series, he was Batman. You know what I'm saying? The first episode of Spider-Man the Animated Series, we kind of get a little bit of his backstory, but we can see him being normal, and then boom, being Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? So Randy Sam, I'm Cab's 1. I don't have this is a porn stash, because if it is, I'm really not taking it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Cap. Cap got the porn stash. But me, I just need a haircut. I haven't gotten a haircut. So just, give me a break. I'm usually in here fresh, though. You're right. I'll be here fresh next time. But
so, with that said, that actually brings me to the end of our discussion here, which I think is a hell of a job by everybody.
Yeah, man, this was a great conversation.
For something that, for a heavy topic like this, man, well thought out answers.
For sure.
This is really, I commend everybody here on the panel today. This is a really good episode. But the floor is open now for whatever, I guess. I've done my job. The show's back to you now. Back to the hilariousness.
All right. Randy, I'll add names to everybody so you don't get confused from here on out. Bleak said Cap ain't shit. I don't know if he's talking about you or if he's talking about Captain America.
He's talking about me.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yo, Lade.
Hey,
I know you.
Hold on. Hey, Bleaks. me and you gotta go to Eclairs, bro.
Oh
We
shit.
gotta
Yeah,
hook
he's-
up together and walk into Eclairs. You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, there's a whole backstory for that. But like,
I'm gonna go to New York for that day. I don't know what it
I
means, but I'm
noticed.
gonna go.
I noticed you was trying to butt in about the Spider-Man talk. Did you get everything off your chest, or you want to say something about that? Or?
No, you know what I mean. Like I always felt like Spider-Man is one that you really can't badmouth around a lot of people.
Even though
He's
you
like
should.
the golden child. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like almost speaking bad about Batman or Superman is blasphemy. Don't ever do that. Don't speak
That's
bad
why I
about
brought it up.
Spider-Man. You know?
There's three
It is.
untouchables. There's
There's three untouchables, yeah.
Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know, I've always said, you know, I've always found him. Certain of his comics, I've ever found him written really well, or sometimes his characters like awkward. Is I don't know, just the way it is, and I get shit for it, right? But at the end of the day, he has done a shitload of harm and not a lot of good.
He's done.
Starting off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're young, you know, you're not gonna get everything right, but he got older. He also fucked up when he was older too. And I made those points to people, and they were like, "But it's Spider-Man." I was like, "It has nothing to do with it. I know who it is. I'm saying his name too. It's Peter Parker, Spider-Man, and it's never Spider-Man. It's always, well, you know, he's Spider-Man." I go, "But he's a grown man now. Am I the
Yeah.
only person I'm the only person understanding this?" And it's never like a legit like conversation. It's
yeah,
not like this. It's always, but it's Spider-Man. What the fuck does that mean? I know it's Spider-Man. Like, what exactly does that mean? Like, he can do no wrong, so he fucks up, we say okay and move along. Batman throws somebody out of a window, everybody gets upset.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I hear you.
Spider-Man breaks somebody's neck. Well, you know, it's Spider-Man. He's a kid. No, he's 30 now.
I
Yeah,
hear
Can I
you.
respond to
He got-
one of the
yeah,
comments?
he
there?
got 2 kids. He's a
Yeah.
grown man. That's
Go ahead, respond.
So La Flaca came up with a good comment about
She did.
female heroes,
Yeah.
and
Or
that's actually a good topic for discussion.
We could
Yo,
we could talk about that next week. Yeah,
Can we talk about that next week? I am
Of course,
with
yeah,
that
definitely.
shit. Yeah.
The one thing I want to do is make sure we give equal time and equal patronage to female heroes, and
Yes.
not just tag them on the end.
100%.
right.
1000%.
and we're definitely gonna talk about Superman next week. You know, the top female hero. We're definitely gonna talk about that.
She said female heroes, not bitch heroes.
Oh, okay.
That was good, though. That was
No,
good.
yeah.
Yo, I have a friend of mine that is diehard Superman, and it's like, look, it's easy to pick on the Supermans, the Captain Americas, the Cyclopses. I put those 3 in the same spectrum as the Boy Scout superhero. It's easy to pick on them, but the thing about Superman is that not only is there a hate for him being a Boy Scout, but it's also because he's so overpowered. You know, I read there's this meme out there that says, you know, if you woke up as Superman, what would you do? And somebody was like, "Oh, try to be Batman." And somebody under that is like, "Okay, so you wake up as a super powerful alien that could do anything in the world, and you want to be Batman?" And it's like, you know, it's just easy to pick on the famous guy, because at the end of the day, comics have been going on for so long. There's so many characters, but Superman and Batman and Spider-Man, one of the first people to like really stick out. You know what I'm saying? And then you have Batman, who's just fucked up, and people could and doesn't have powers. And I know he's a billionaire, but they can resonate with that. Then there's Superman, where it's like he's kind of a bitch and he's super overpowered. I can't get with none of that. Then we got this crazy little kid who could walk on walls. So everybody gravitates towards that. I don't hate Spider-Man. I don't hate Superman at all. I do not. I'm just saying it's like it's a little hard to captivate people when you're so overpowered in such a weird way. We should think like, oh yeah, he's the best. He could fucking blow shit up with his eyes and all of that. But at the end of the day, I think because we're real human beings, we want to see some of that struggle. And the only struggle Superman really has is like maybe Lois Lane, you know, You know, I don't want to bring that back up again. Look, Toe gave us a little smile. Toe gave us a little smile, like, yeah, that bitch toxic as fuck. But like, yeah, I think that's what it is. It's just hard to like. But again, I don't have any problem with Superman. And shout out to Henry Cavill for not being in a great movie, but being a great Superman.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to follow the steps of Christopher Reeve and who's the other guy in the Lewis and Clark show.
Kane.
Yeah. Or handsome AC Slater, as I like to call him. I mean, AC Slater was handsome too, but it's just hard.
Less Latino looking AC Slater.
Less Latino looking AC Slater. Yes, that's what we're gonna call him.
Yeah.
Salsa light Superman.
Yeah.
But like it's just hard to get behind Superman because he's so overpowered. It's funny because in speaking about female heroes and female characters, if there was a wide variety of female superheroes and female villains and all of that, not every girl would gravitate towards not most girls will gravitate towards Wonder Woman as they do, because Wonder Woman is another one of those females that is super overpowered. She's an Amazon, she's a god, whatever. If there was a bigger number of female heroes and female villains that like the men, there'll be a lot of girls that might be like, I don't really feel she might be too overpowered. I'm gonna fuck with Spider-Gwen over here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I think being overpowered kind of fucks you up. Same thing with Ghost Rider. Not a lot of people talk about Ghost Rider, and Ghost Rider is super overpowered. People don't like the OP. People they like to try to like relate to you as much as they could.
Question. Do you guys, if you can name two favorite female hero and a female villain?
Okay.
Off the top of the head. Don't rattle your brain for it. Just off the top of your dome.
Okay, so Tigra is my favorite female superhero. And for anybody who don't know, she's a Marvel character who literally looks like a tiger and has all the, the strength, the speed, the claws, all that shit. Favorite villain, who I'm counting this as a villain, but she's flip-flop on both sides of the line, Elektra.
So I would say I like Storm a lot. Her being this just like African queen. I really have a lot of stuff a lot of love for Storm. In terms of villains, can we call Harley a villain, or is she a vigilante anti-hero?
Because she started off as a villain.
Yeah, she's been villain for longer than she's been a hero. So.
Absolutely, yeah. She became really recently.
Yeah, so I would say her. And in terms of like Lady Deathstrike's pretty cool. Mystique, pretty cool. I love Mystique. You know what? Mystique is awesome. Love Mystique. Yeah, Storm and Mystique. And it's funny, you see that though. X-Men showed a lot of love to the females. They wanted to get their cast as varied as possible. And look, both of the ones that I picked there are both X-Men. You see that shit? You see that? If there were more female superheroes and villains that pop to your head quicker, there's a lot of females that would be like, nah, I don't know about this Wonder Woman girl. She's too overpowered. The OP shit kind of hurts people sometimes. It does. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't know.
What do you got?
It does.
I love Storm, though.
I was going to go
Storm
with
This is where I'm gonna show my my limits to the comic world. I can't name you a favorite villain or hero. I have respect for Storm and all those other, but a favorite, I don't have one as of now. I don't.
Is Randy Sam Randy Sam always be coming through? I like Randy Sam.
Yeah, Randy's always been. He comes through to the wrestling podcast. All of them.
Yeah,
he comes through all of them.
Appreciate that. But Storm is legit. Storm is legit. Just as badass African queen, bro. Like who fucking controls weather. She's like a cool Greta Thunberg. You know what I'm saying? Like I love Storm. Storm is the shit.
Yeah.
Storm is the shit.
Yeah, no, I mean the Storm would be the closest to it, but I don't have a favorite.
Rogue, close second. Bleak, shout out. But again, you see that we have named 3 X-Men in terms of our favorite females because X-Men was really good at diversifying. Like that was the X-Men's job. That was their mission statement to try and get as much of a different cast as possible. We have literally named 3 women from there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry, who did you name again, Cap?
Tigra and Elektra.
Okay.
I always go with the deep cuts. You know me.
And I mean, Electra's badass. Horrible movie, but
yeah.
okay, Randy. Okay, Randy. My bad. But that's what's up. Ooh, Flocka puts up probably one of the best female villain / hero, maybe
Catwoman.
anti-ish Catwoman. Yo, let me tell you, Batman Returns probably one of the best scenes of all time when she licks him in the face. Oh, that's a good scene. That scene is forever immortalized. I mean, Batman also has some dope female villains. You know, you got Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy's pretty dope. And then when Poison Ivy, Catwoman, and Hardy all meet up and they start fucking up Gotham, also very cool. So SC Williams says Wonder Woman ? So Wonder Woman is fantastic. Wonder Woman is the hero. You know, you have your Supermans, you have your Batmans, you have your Spider-Mans, and then you have Wonder Woman. The problem that we're trying to say is that there is sometimes, and I don't know if everybody agrees with me, sometimes there's an issue with heroes that can be too overpowered. Like people like Superman, but on average, people like Batman just because he doesn't have the powers and he's a lot more relatable.
But you know, also if you're gonna think about
Shout out She-Hulk.
if you're gonna think about it, Wonder Woman is the
Boy Scout. She's the Girl Scout.
What is it? What are those women that hate men?
Feminist?
Yeah, she's like a feminist leader now for them. You know what I'm saying? Like if you were to think about it, because she's so like Amazonian, like she's so anti-guys and shit like that.
She comes from a world where there's no men.
No, yeah, you know, so that she would be like that type of leader. Not saying that, you know, she's fucking Hydra and none of that shit, but you know, it's one of those like
Wonder Woman, Hail Hydra.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of female I see that she would inspire, you know? Fuck men, I'm strong enough on my own type shit. And there's nothing wrong with that.
But that's good. Yeah, that's good for women. You know what I'm saying? That's good for women, and that's why I like Wonder Woman 1, the movie, so much. You know, a lot of people call that movie feminist Captain America, and it's like, okay, there's not a problem with that. You have this woman, you know, leading the charge in World War II. It's pretty badass to see something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and how we need our heroes, you know, to feel better about ourselves and understand that maybe we don't need anybody, that we do have ourselves. I think Wonder Woman just shows a great message to females. Some of my favorite Wonder Woman like posts and shit like that is when Wonder Woman is just being normal. And I'm not trying to be like nasty or a creep. There is a picture of Wonder Woman. It's just like the bottom half of her, and she's pulling out her wedgie. I think that's so important to just show this overpowered woman, this symbol of girls can do it, just being a normal chick. She's just pulling out a wedgie. After a rough day of work, pull out that wedgie and still keep it moving and keep it going forward. I think it's a good symbol. But the problem with Wonder Woman, she can be a little too OP. And my point is, if there were more out front, in your face female heroes and villains, a lot of people would be like, I don't know about this Wonder Woman girl. She's a little too powerful. But I mean, you know, you think powerful woman, you think Wonder Woman, and I think it's good to have that. It's incredible to have that. And I'm upset that Wonder Woman 1984 was like missed the mark so bad, because I really enjoyed the first one. And I actually, you know, Cap, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about Wonder Woman, the first one?
The first one was good. So here's the funny thing. The first Wonder Woman movie is what I was hoping the first Avenger was going to be.
It's kind of the same. It's similar.
It's a very similar movie, but I think they executed the hero journey better.
Show her rise. Yes, they show her rise, not through montages and shit like that.
So like the biggest thing I have, when Cap shows up to save Bucky, right? they look at him and go, "Who the fuck are you?" He's like, "Oh, I'm Captain America." He's like, "Don't worry, I punched Hitler in the face over 1,000 times," and that's what got people going. Oh, okay, so we'll follow this guy. But in the Wonder Woman movie, when she's in the trench and the Dead Man Zone, and she
in
has
there.
the shield,
So good, bro.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's
when
so
that
good.
is when that is your symbol of why people follow you, that
Yes.
like that's what makes for me that movie better.
It's
If you
so
would have had
good.
something like that for Cap, then I would have nothing to say about the first Avengers.
She's running into the battlefield, and these fucking losers back there are like, "Holy shit, what the fuck is happening here?" It's so good to see her leading that charge. It's
You know
it's a
what
very important part of that movie.
Yes. This is the duality of it, and the reason why I think that scene is so strong, because not only is it a scene where a woman takes charge and can motivate men, and women can look at that and go, "Shit, I can actually. There's something for me to obtain. I can actually be a leader." And be respected and have people look at me in such a way that they want to follow me.
Regardless of my gender.
Yeah, but it's also that thing where at a certain point, the guys in the trench stop looking at her like, oh, it's a woman doing it. And they just start looking at, oh, so we can get across. Cool. Because they've now seen somebody give them, somebody give them the green light to show some strength and to come out of something that they don't think they can do. So that dichotomy of where it's both women can see it and be inspired, and at a certain point it turns into everybody can be inspired.
Yes.
All
That's
right.
what I'm talking
So-
about.
so-
It transcends that.
So let's save some of this for next week's show, where we talk more about the females and all that. I wanted to end it on going back to Spider-Man. Do you think that Peter Parker's the wrong person to get that power?
Nah.
Yes, and I'll tell you why.
Nah, I don't think so. Because they wrote him that way.
So-
I'm being stupid.
There's a comic book run that everybody hates. It's called the Clone Saga, in which we find out that Peter Parker is actually not real. He is a clone of a guy named Ben Reilly. And Ben Reilly is the real fucking Spider-Man. Ben Reilly becomes Scarlet Spider. He's the one that has like the all red shit with the light blue hoodie.
Yeah.
Love that suit,
That's
by the
Ben
way.
Reilly. So now Ben Reilly has actually re-picked up the mantle of Spider-Man. He is now the new Amazing Spider-Man. Ben Reilly has always been the guy who's like, no, I want this. I will take this on. I can do this. So to me, he is a better Spider-Man. Just like to me, Miles Morales is also a better Spider-Man because he's another one who took this and went, yo, I saw what you did, and I want to take this and I want to do even better based on your example.
So the real question is, did we need that wrong Spider-Man to eventually get the right one? You know what I'm saying? Because although he might not like the Dark Knight, he might not be the hero we wanted, but maybe he's a hero we deserved. And again, this is just a question I'm posing, because I mean, there is something commendable about not wanting the power and still understanding that you have it and you need to do something about it, as opposed to somebody that was looking at you from the other side in a jealous way, like, you know what, I feel like I could do better. I need that power.
But
I want that power. I want to be
do you
that.
think-
And again, I'm just looking at it from both sides.
Well, do you think that Spider-Man is not a hero or vigilante? He's more of a lesson? He's more of a, like, you're supposed to read this
A
to
beacon,
learn
a
life
beacon.
lessons?
He's a beacon. That's exactly what he is. He is a beacon of playing the cards that you've been dealt. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? That's what he is. And I see so many people online and just, trying to make the best out of their situation. We know this girl that she used to be in the Armory PAO with us, and this girl she was missing an arm since she was 11 years old, And that never stopped her from playing sports. That never stopped her from interacting. She is a model now with one arm. It is one of the fucking most commendable things I've ever seen in my life. She became a cop. She be going around talking to schools. So although Spider-Man might not been the hero that we wanted, he's the one that we deserve because we needed to learn from him. And yeah, there's always gonna be someone who could do it better than you, always. But you are the beacon that taught people that yes, I want that. I can handle that. And whether he did it good or bad, it led an example for everyone, and everyone saw it. It's like, you know what? Not only do I want that, I can do that. So again, I think you're right. He's more of a lesson, which is again, hey, why we relate to him so much because he is that lesson. He is the kid that never wanted anything or thought he would never amount to anything, and then these powers were bestowed on him. And although he slipped and stumbled on the way, he still tried to do the best that he could do for the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Because based off of what you guys are saying for him and what I know about him, is he's the perfect example of that saying, "The road to hell is paved through good intentions."
Exactly.
And also it's like no matter what you do, there's always gonna be someone there that's gonna, you know, try to deter you from being that. Like J. Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man can save 50 babies from a burning bus. But Spider-Man caused that shit from happening because he distracted somebody or whatever the fuck case may be. No matter what you do.
You know what else he is also a representation of? He is also a representation of, regardless of right or wrong, there is always a consequence to an action.
Yeah,
Even if you
there's
do
no
the
selfless
100% right thing, there's always still a consequence.
like T'Challa signing up Thanos, that led to Ego finding Peter Quill, and the world will burn for that. Stay tuned for the next What If. What do you guys think of before we wrap it up? It's 12:30. We're about to go on 4 hours. What do you guys think of the last What If with
It's the zombie one, right?
No, it's the one with Killmonger.
Killmonger?
I didn't see it.
Oh.
I didn't see it yet.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, hold on. If they didn't see it, that's not rooting for him.
Oh, okay, that's it. Let him see it. But without spoiling,
it,
I
is the
actually
weakest one.
it's the weakest one. It was still enjoyable, but I actually, because I hate Killmonger in Black Panther. I just don't like him. I was actually a lot more okay with this Killmonger.
Yo, I was the other way. I like Killmonger in Black Panther. I was like, what the hell are we doing with this dude here?
I didn't like him. in well, remember this. Remember this is right at the end we disagree. But remember, this is What If. If there is a time to do this, it's now. In Black Panther, there was no what if. In Black Panther, there's no questions. I don't like. I guess it's because he was animated, and I didn't see him fucking, being all Drake about it like he was in a rap video.
That's the beef.
I'm telling you, watch Black Panther. This guy is legit. Yo, and I said this before I knew him and Drake were friends. Turns out he is always with Drake. So I'm like, yo, it makes fucking sense. My argument is valid. But I really did. I enjoyed seeing that. I think one of the biggest consequences is shown in this What If. Like a world, that's all I'm going to say. Killmonger doing what he did led to one of the craziest outcomes in What If. But I did enjoy it. It was the weakest, but I enjoyed it. I think it was a palate cleanser. I think they were fucking beating the emotions out of us way too fucking much. And they were like, okay, let's sprinkle something nice here. And I think next week or tomorrow, we're going to pick it right back up.
The Ant-Man of the What If.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know...
It's still good. I won't call it a Captain Marvel of What If, but I will call it like...
That's why I said Ant-Man.
Yeah, I would call it...
Ant-Man. Ant-Man was good. I appreciate Ant-Man.
I think
a little bit more than Ant-Man.
I think the biggest problem with it is that it kind of left unfinished. It didn't finish.
This is the biggest one, because they all been cliffhangers, but this one is like, okay, we could have gotten at least 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
5 more minutes here. Yeah, I think it was again the weakest, but I still enjoyed it very much. I think What If is gunning, and I feel like they
I'm
need to pursue
I'm
this. I
I'm
would like to see a whole phase of just animated shit, dead
I
ass.
wanna I want why are we not greenlighting season 2? What the fuck is going on here?
No, it's already there. It's already there. Green. It's already good to go. Season 2 is going. It
Right.
cannot not go.
I'm
Yo, bro,
saying,
there's actually people that are not even into the MCU like that who are watching What If. There is people coming up to me at work. Hey, did you see What If? Did you see What If? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, yeah. I think this is this. I was so interested in what If was gonna do, and it has exceeded expectations on a massive scale.
Yeah.
It is
agreed.
incredible what they're doing with What
Yeah.
If, man.
Yo,
And I
Bleak.
love how you can just pick a favorite.
Yo, Bleak. He understands what Killmonger was doing. He just didn't like the way Michael B. Jordan acted as
Okay,
Killmonger.
okay.
That's
So,
the beef he has
all
with
right,
him.
all right.
It's
Here-
not.
here
It's
we
not the
go with
character. It's
Killmonger, but
the
I
actor.
know, yeah. Trust me, because I get it. You guys are the comic book elitists. You can do your comic book stuff. When it comes to MCU, I understand MCU. I understand Killmonger. I don't like his rendition of Killmonger. This guy thought he was in a music video the whole time. You go back and watch fucking Black Panther and see how this guy's like, oh, like, look at his, he think he in a rap video. You know what I'm saying? Like that. No, I want him more gritty. I feel like in What If, I enjoyed it more because he's animated. So I wasn't seeing him act it out. I was just hearing his voice. I'm okay with Michael B's voice. And I mean, even Creed, I don't like the way he acts. I don't like the way Michael B. Jordan acts. I'm just
But
sorry.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay. We kind of got to leave with the fact that Chad is not a fan of Michael B. Jordan. We got to leave with that.
Yeah,
Bleak said, "I'm black. I don't have to watch it again."
Nah, you gotta watch it again from a critical eye. Watch it again from a critical eye. Just the fact that you said that line tells me you need to watch it again. Yeah. So, bro, I have my problems with Black Panther. We've spoken about this, but he has a very Drake-ish rendition of Killmonger.
It's funny. I didn't think about it till he said it, and I got to agree with
Look
him.
at him, bro.
I got to agree with him. I cannot. It's funny because I cannot see it now. I'm like, yo, he really does.
When he's in the museum
Oh
looking
yeah,
at
especially
the
that
stuff,
one. He's
like-
dressed like him.
he's like, bro, stop licking your lips so much, bro. Like, cut it out. Cut it out. Like, nah, man.
He must not like LL Cool J then.
I mean, he's not I mean, he. I don't like him. I don't think he's the best actor in the world. I don't. He's not
No,
a good. He's not the
I just
best
brought him
actor
up
in the
because he
world.
licks his lips a lot.
Bro, no. See, that's exactly the problem. You see, bro, it's swag. There's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong with swag for Killmonger. Yes, that is
I
exactly
mean,
the
if
problem.
you know the character's not about swag.
Don't need swag.
If you know the
need
character,
swag.
there's nothing about Killmonger's swag. Read
Mm.
up on the character and then come back to me and tell me he's about swag.
Exactly
Yeah,
the
so
point.
What the character stood,
portray it off as swag, and I don't need no swag from
what the
Killmonger.
character stood for, Kaz don't have a problem with. It's the way it was portrayed. That's what it is.
That's what I'm
it
saying.
is.
What he stood for, I respected 100%. The way he felt that, yo, Wakanda, you guys saw our people dying for 400 years. You could have done something about it. I completely am behind that. His rendition of it, like, why don't you speak like a normal person? Don't speak like you got 8 cameras in your face. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Well, you're right. You're right, Bleak. None of the. I mean, I don't know, but none of the movie characters are true. Let's keep it real. I don't know. I could argue against that. Iron Man is pretty real. Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. That was perfect. That was perfect. Again, I get it.
Was it though? Because I thought, wasn't he a womanizer?
Wasn't a
in the
womanizer in
comics?
Iron Man?
Was he
Yeah,
not a
he was.
womanizer in Iron Man?
He was
Not
a womanizer in Iron Man.
No, in the
Iron Man
first
2,
three, like,
but then he,
because
but then he meets Pepper. What he gets?
I mean,
with
like
Pepper.
he was a drunken womanizing asshole, wasn't he, or some shit like that?
Yeah, but
Oh, do we?
they cut a little bit of that out for the movie.
Yeah, mostly
Okay,
the drunken part.
So he says.
Mostly
Yeah.
the drunken part.
Bleak says that's one. I could throw out Captain America too. Captain America literally, Chris Evans literally didn't want to do the role because he thought he couldn't bring enough to it. And the directors was like, yo, that is exactly why you need to be Captain America. You're so Captain America, you don't know how good of a Captain America you're gonna be. I can name that. Who else is another perfect casting? I would actually say that
Hawkeye.
Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman is a better casting of Black Panther than Michael B. Jordan was of Killmonger. Listen, this
It's
does
true.
not come out of
This is
hate.
true.
This does not
This is
come out of
true.
hate. I respect what Black Panther did. I respect what Black Panther did for the culture, what it did for all of us, all minorities of everywhere. I respect that so much, and I respect Killmonger's message, his delivery of it. You need to tell me that his delivery of it was cool. You literally just said that it was swag. I'm not looking for swag out of Killmonger. If we talking about oppression and all of that and everything that comes out of that oppression, I don't want to hear it through swag. I'm sorry.
This is true. True. Like I said, just
can't-
do
you-
your favor. Go
you
back, read
can't-
up on the
you-
character, and go from there, man. Once you read a character, that character saying one panel, and you're not gonna get swag.
And
You're
look,
gonna
and
get
I'll
a
be
man on a
honest.
mission.
I'll be honest about something, and I will give you this. I will give you the benefit of the doubt on this one, Bleak. I don't like Michael B. Jordan as an actor, personally.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's a caveat that you really have to
I
understand
don't,
about
I
it all.
don't like him as an actor.
It's-
Even in Creed, I thought he was flat, bro.
It's like me not liking John Cena, bro. It has
John
nothing to do with him
Cena.
being a man. It's just the way he wrestles. This is what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not trying to discredit what Black Panther did for the culture. I've said it plenty times.
Yeah, it's personal.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
it's
No,
it's
but look.
personal. It's personal, but also if you watch the movie, I make a good point.
yo,
All right, look.
if Steve Urkel
Bleak-
played Killmonger, he would enjoy it more than Michael B. Jordan as Killmonger.
Then it's personal. Then it's
Look,
personal. Then it's-
look,
but although
Bleak,
I
don't-
and another thing, I'm okay with his voice because in this What If, I was actually happy with him because it wasn't him acting it. My problem is the way he was acting. I don't think Killmonger is swaggy.
Yeah,
This
then
guy,
I gotta
this
agree
guy
with
has this guy has a scar for every person that he kills. You think he's worried about swag? I don't know. But Bleak comes from the camp of Cap. So you gotta disagree.
So,
I get it.
Here's the thing. Me and Bleak, sir, I don't want to speak for him, so I'm not going to speak for him. I'm going to speak for myself. I think the swag was a necessity because he was representing the Americanized version of the message he was trying to send. In which, yeah, the message is rooted in reality and should be taken seriously and should be talked about.
You reaching, but I'm gonna give it to you.
But-
You
no,
reaching,
there's
but I'm
no
gonna give it to you.
Dude, there's no reach. America, dude, military. I've seen how people react to us around the world. And I've seen how Americans act around the world. There is a certain way that we do things that makes the world look at us and go, dude, in 1 second, they could pick us out of a crowd.
It
Because we all have that
It wasn't
chip.
even. It wasn't
We all
even
have that
good
chip on our
swag
shoulders.
though. It wasn't
Huh?
even good swag. It wasn't even
Because
like
that's
good
just-
swag.
That's his chip. That's his chip. You left us in the middle of nothing thinking
I
that we're
get that.
worthless. So
I
I'm going to
get
come here and play it cool and throw you off playing like, yo, what you think you did to me was nothing, man. That's the chip on his shoulder.
Well,
That's the Americanized
Clearly,
lens.
clearly,
I
it's
didn't-
something.
The one thing I didn't get, which I agree with Cabs, is that my man is this military trained guy, so he's been in the military most of his life, and he's more gangster than military. Like he's
Because
walking around like he's a Crip more than he's
Yeah,
a
because-
Marine. You know,
here's the
that's
thing, the
something that I was a little irked with.
because his militariness was never the point. The only reason he joined the military was to gain the experience, was to gain the necessary skills, and to gain a way to get to his end goal. He's not like me or anybody who joins up because they want to be in the military. He used that as a front. That wasn't his goal. He didn't wake up and go, yo, I want to be a Navy SEAL. He woke up and went, if I can learn to do what a Navy SEAL does, these motherfuckers can't stop me.
Do you guys think Michael B. Jordan is a good actor?
some
Yes,
cases.
if you watch
He's got his
Fruitvale
moments.
Station, he's very good in it. And there's another one where he plays a lawyer that I haven't seen yet, but I heard great things
Do
from
you
it.
guys
Um,
do you guys think Chris Evans is a good actor?
Based
Of
off the
course.
way he plays Captain
He's
America.
alright.
Yeah.
You see how you pause? You see how you didn't pause for Chris Evans and you paused for Michael B. Jordan?
Well,
Good night, everybody.
All right.
I paused.
that
Hold on, I paused
was
because
a
I was
joke.
trying
That
to
was a
think
joke.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Yo,
It was a joke. It was
yo,
a joke. It was a joke.
Bleaks, we're gonna have to have you on here so you could, so you
It's
can.
gonna be Cap and Bleak against me. It's all good. I'm with it. I'm not gonna look. I am. I'm very good at seeing it other people's way. There's been plenty of times that you guys have, switched my way of thinking, especially you, Cap. We have these discussions, and sometimes I'm like, nah, I see it. I'm never gonna see Killmonger. Just
It's
let
funny.
it.
I gotta agree with him.
That's
I,
fine.
I'm
I,
never
I don't
gonna.
like him at all.
Never gonna
I
see.
mean,
I'm never gonna
nothing
see.
about him was convincing. I was like, his argument was valid, but nothing about him. I didn't like anything about the character
Not
at
like.
all.
Not
And it's
like.
funny. I got no beef with Michael B. Jordan. I like some of his movies.
I
just
do.
didn't like anything.
I didn't like. Him.
Anything.
I didn't even like him.
To me, in that movie, he was the weakest point.
100%.
His
I think-
message,
I think
100%. I understood where he was coming from.
Yeah, I
But
get.
the whole portrayal, I was like, eh. I feel like you could have stuck anybody else in there and they would have done a better job.
You could have put any rapper in there that would have done the same goddamn thing.
What
You
about
could have
Drake?
put Drake. You could have put
Anybody.
Drake in there. He would have done it. And it's funny because
Because he was Drake.
a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're only saying that because you know him and Drake hang out." I'm like, "Nah, I didn't know that at the time. I didn't." And now they be everywhere together. And I'm like, "Yo, that should make sense. They're best friends." He literally portrayed Drake as Killmonger,
Yeah.
and I just didn't like it. But at the end of the day, I do like what the character himself stands for.
Yeah.
And he has an amazing line at the
I
end
love
of the
the
movie.
message. I felt it
Yeah.
could have been portrayed way better.
Well,
I don't need that Oakland shit. I don't give a shit about that Oakland shit.
I'm
I
okay
don't
with
need
the Oakland stuff. I'm okay with
the
Oakland.
military thing. I understand that part.
To-
You know what I'm saying? I get that part. That part made more sense to me than all his emotional baggage. That shit makes sense.
but to be
Because it always
honest,
I don't mean to cut y'all off, but look at how popping the chat is now that we're about to leave.
no,
See that?
yeah, that's usually what
I think-
happens.
Is that the chat likes the drama?
Yeah,
They
Yes.
didn't like the concise and
They didn't
and-
like our
and
intelligent
respectful.
conversation. They were
They
not
didn't like
fans of that.
it. They
They were
here
not
for
fans
the
of that.
y'all. The entire chat woke up and chose violence today, bro.
Yeah.
'Cause the minute we start popping up, we're like, oh shit, look at it.
Yo.
I appreciate all of y'all being here, though, man.
but
for
all right,
real.
so the thing is, I think that the movie was too lighthearted to captivate that message, because there was a lot of comedy in it, and there was a lot of, we have to show Wakanda and the technology. They were trying to get T'Challa and the woman, I forgot her name, I'm sorry. That economy,
Okoye.
that relationship
Okoye.
going. They showed the relationship of the head of his security and her husband splitting down the middle, and then there was a lot going on. If the movie was more serious, I think that message of Killmonger would have hit harder. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a bunch of like lightheartedness, and then boom, here goes something, and Michael B. Jordan couldn't deliver that hard on it. So if the movie was already that tone, it would have helped out. Because I'm not gonna lie, Michael B. Jordan did good in the movie for what he did, but he missed the impact of which, my people jumped off the boat because they rather pick death over slavery. That could have hit harder if this movie was hard.
Really pushed the message
Yeah,
through,
yeah.
like you said.
You know what I'm saying? Like if Denzel would have did it,
completely
or
understand.
if somebody like if T'Challa would have said it, if I'm fucking
So why do you think?
T'Challa's
what
name?
about
What the
this,
fuck is his real name?
Chadwick Boseman.
Chadwick
If
Boseman?
Chadwick Boseman would have gave that line, it would have hit
So-
harder.
So what do you think about this, man?
In my
So
culture.
instead of the third act fight between the CGI fight between them, what if the third act had that big battle, but it ended with them like in a stalemate and just having a heart to heart discussion, to where Killmonger could show that emotion
Over
and
the
put that
sunrise.
line with real fucking heart, like
Over
my
the
people would
sunrise.
have rather jumped off the boat then some shit like that.
I would have
no,
liked that a lot more. I would have liked that a
no,
lot more.
I still think I still think that he would have to deliver that line in a losing effort.
Yes.
He would have to. No, it would have to be one of those where the battle stops and he's caught and it's like, yo, it's over. He's like, it's not over. You're gonna have to kill me because just like my ancestors, I would rather die than be a slave to any man. And then it would have been,
That's what I'm saying. Like instead of getting that cat on cat fight, we wind up with that discussion.
No, that would have.
That's funny.
Let's face it, the CGI on that was horrible, and I was disappointed because it's like, yo, it's Marvel. You made the Hulk look awesome, killing the fucking the aliens in the Avengers, and that movie was what, fucking 6-7 years before this fucking movie. Like, come on, we could do better than this.
Look what they did. Yo, look what they did with Ant-Man alone. Him growing. I'm like, yo, that looked real.
What?
Him even with the ants looked real.
No, yeah, for real.
It looked legit.
Well, listen,
But you can't give me a fighting a vibranium mind. That is difficult.
Yeah, but yo, Bleaks, but that was Chadwick Boseman who made that scene popping. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, I don't think Michael B. Jordan can deliver that.
It is.
I don't think Michael B. Jordan has that range.
He has that gravitas to it. Like, he can make that moment. Michael it was like a boxing match. He ain't on that weight class acting wise.
Well, you know what I mean? Speaking of boxing, in Creed, he divulged, or like he depicted a character of someone who was scared when he lost Sir Drago. And then, when he had the kid, he was so worried about the kid being deaf. And he showed that, and I felt that because he has that young naiveness to him, that whole I don't know what to do shit. But when it comes to standing as such a strong character, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like Jamie Foxx could have made that go crazy, to be strong. I don't see that him being as strong as it.
And I think that'll come with time. That'll come with time. It'll come with time and maturity. But like I said, anybody else in that role, I felt could have probably brought that gravitas and that emotion towards where I'm like, I can follow them.
Yo,
I believe him. I believe.
He said, "Stop it." Yo, I mean, that was the only one that came to my head, bro.
Yeah, we're not here. Wesley Snipes, though, as Killmonger. Now we talking.
Now that CGI fight would look good.
No, but I mean,
I appreciate that, Eric. That's funny.
Yeah,
stop
it. It could have also been. Like I said, it's not all on Michael B. Jordan, but there was a lot of the tone of the movie was too lighthearted for that message. It was almost like, we're gonna give it to y'all, but we ain't trying to be this real with y'all. Like, they wasn't ready to be this real with y'all. It wasn't like whoever did Cap and the Winter Soldier, if they did Black Panther, that would have been crazy. That would have been the best movie on the list.
Also, I mean, I see what you're saying. Did enjoy. I think
Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. What Black Panther? Oh man, that conversation.
That's what I'm saying. Whoever wrote that,
we can talk about that all day long. But I think what Black Panther did well was the world building. I believe this. Fictional African world with this incredible technology that they've been hiding from the world. I believed it. The drums, the music, the traditional garb. I believed it. I believed everything about that movie, but the CG and Killmonger. And again, look, we could stop picking on Marvel's CG. Marvel is notorious for bad CGI. I think we could all agree to that. They have some really rough CGI sometimes. WandaVision, when she's fighting against the witch at the end of WandaVision, that shit looked fucking terrible.
Yeah, but it did, Black Panther, that last fight scene looked Matrix 3 bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You mean Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, no.
Essentially, that's what that fight was.
It looked bad, man.
But it did look, when they were like wrapping around something, I was like, oh, no. Because it looks really bad when it's like a turn.
Yeah.
Like you see the body turning, I go, no, that's
when he bumps into the rhino. Oh my God, it looks really bad.
And what made that fight scene even worse was they did it on the train tracks, and that was all CG also. So it looked nothing but fake. Like if you would have did it in the field, at least the field would have looked real and it would have helped out a little bit. But it's like shit, bro. And
That's why What If is so good, because they can hide the bad CGI with animation. No, yo, by the way, the best fight that I've seen so far in What If is the good Doctor Strange Cape versus evil Doctor Strange Evil Cape tag team match.
Yeah.
Bro, go back. It is so good. That is probably the best fight I've seen in all of it. And T'Challa versus the Collector was good. But yeah,
I still like Peggy Carter fucking everybody up.
That was good.
A lot of people
is catching wreck.
A lot of people didn't like that. Yo, question, Cap.
Yes.
So in both the What If with Doctor Strange and Peggy Carter, the tentacle monster, that's Shuma Gorath, right?
Yep.
Okay, I thought so. Shuma Gorath, whole other episode. That is an old being, and a lot of people saying that the rings from Shang-Chi are like forged from some older entity. A lot of people saying Shuma Gorath. I don't think that works, but I love the Shuma Gorath fan theory. Yo, the first time I looked into Shuma Gorath was when he came out in Marvel Superheroes for the PS1. I'm like, what is this shit? And I went to the library on 160th, 159th, and Audubon, and I was like, Shuma Gorath. And I looked him up. It's very interesting, his history.
So people forget that Marvel, Timely Comics, actually made their money in the beginning with horror comic books.
Yep.
So they always have roots in the Lovecraftian monsters and that lore and all that.
Yep.
So they have a whole bunch of characters that that doesn't get seen, where they literally have a team where it's a werewolf, it's fucking Frankenstein,
vampires,
it's Ghost Rider, and Morbius, and they go around and fight other fucking fantastical beasts and monsters and shit.
They cross paths with Blade all the time, man.
You know what I would love
Blade
to
all the
see?
time.
You know what I would love to see at the end of the new Spider-Man, like one of the deleted or one of the post-credit scenes, you just see in the you just see Spider-Man like maybe like picking up something like, what do we have, like vampires here? Like maybe he picks up like a tooth or something, and then in the background you just see someone on a roof with the black trench. He just puts the sword in and just flies off. I know it won't happen. That's just me dreaming big. But I mean, you know, Blade was introduced through Spider-Man.
No, you're better off finding Morpheus. Yeah, Morbius.
Morbius, you never know. Maybe at the end of history.
No. Let's not put that garbage ass movie that's gonna come out on.
That's what I'm saying. Let's keep it MCU.
They're saying that Venom is in this fucking movie.
They're saying that Venom is, and yo, they have Spider-Man call-outs in Morbius, but I would love to see, some shit like that, man. It should be dope.
I think at this point, because so much shit has been either rumored or spoiled or anything, I literally think they're going, yo, open the floodgates.
Yeah, for Spider-Man?
Everybody's in here, so we don't really know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. And yeah.
That'd be a smart way to do it.
Yo, we got so much comments now. Y'all like the drama. Y'all bunch of heathens, all of y'all. But yo, appreciate y'all. Appreciate the comments. Make sure y'all hit that like. Make sure you repost. Hit the little thumbs, subscribe, all of that good shit, man. And we appreciate all of
yo,
that.
The Twitters and Instagrams are on the description. I gotta add yours, Cabs. No, yours is in there. I added yours.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. So follow us. The only one that don't have it is Cap, because you gotta be here to watch him. You gotta be here to see him.
This is exclusive.
That's right.
Yeah. VIP porn stash.
That's right. And on that note, everybody.
Hold on. Before you get to that, I knew you were gonna forget. Do a little program news tomorrow.
True. That's right.
We're gonna be at the AEW wrestling event, so there's not gonna be a traditional movie review. Ooh. But I did make about a 42-minute review for the movie Malignant, so that'll be out at 9:00, same time as the podcast.
Yo.
Then Thursday, these guys will review what happened at AEW. And all the other wrestling, and then always Friday, the Toe in the Show.
That's right.
Come back, watch all of it.
That's right. And the Toe in the Show, we talk about everything. We talk about everything. Yo, Lay was in the chat the other day. We was talking about everything, man. That's some wild shit.
Can I pull up to the toe and show and talk about how much I hate Michael B. Jordan?
Yeah, of course. Yo, dude.
I'm gonna do that.
One of our boys, Joe P, got married the day after, and we was playing some freestyle music for him. So,
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I know who Joe P is. I know who Joe P is. Yeah, I'm so happy for him, man.
Yeah, for real.
Shout out to
Congratulations.
Joe P, man.
Word.
Congratulations.
Looks like a beautiful fucking relationship, man. For real. It looks awesome. It looks real. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Love it.
Yo, so next week, Bleak says he's down. We'll set him up on the.
I'm ready to argue with you.
That's it. We'll set him up. I got the overlays.
App is running already.
Word. Yo, I'm gonna add the names to everybody in the future, things, so that way people don't confuse whoever you confuse with Krills, and you don't confuse Porn Stash with Cabs. So,
I'm sorry.
People
I'm
have their
sorry.
names.
I'm gonna say one thing.
Yeah.
How do you guys confuse the only white guy on here with anybody else?
For real. Hello. I think it's because of our similar names. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta go pick up my food.
Do you think? But yeah,
I
so
think we're pretty much done, right?
yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. But yeah, yo, that the movie review that Cap has already prepared for you. That's the most insightful shit. We added some video context so you can understand what he's talking about if you haven't seen the movie, and if you did see the movie, it's
funny,
still.
like I caught it at work, and I did not expect that twist. In the beginning, it didn't make no damn sense. I'm like, come on, man. All of a sudden, when you get to it, you go, holy shit, I didn't see that coming at all.
In the review, I say this, and I actually had Toe show up. But about an hour into it, I ran into his room and was like, "Yo, this is exactly what happens. I think this is what happens. I just need you to hear it." And then at the end, I went in and was like, "Yo, I was right."
Yeah, and my description of what he says is perfect, spot on.
I was dying. I saw it. I was like, oh.
Yeah. So
and then it just got fun. I was like, let's do this.
Word.
Definitely, everybody tune in tomorrow to hear the
I have weekly meals delivered to me. Sorry.
Nice. Yo,
guys-
he's ready for the
guys-
mukbang. Yo, I swear to God, for Thanksgiving we gotta do it.
See what
Yeah,
I
we
got?
was talking about that before.
You guys
way
want to see
back.
what I got?
Showing us we're talking about it way back.
Oh yeah,
Mukbang.
hell
I
yeah,
don't
we
know
gotta
what
do
this
that.
is. Beef bourguignon. I don't know what that is.
Some
All
Michael
right.
B. Jordan
it's
shit.
It's an Italian dish.
I have. God damn it! I hate when they give me turkey. I hate turkey. I'm sorry, y'all. We could leave now. I'm sorry, but I'm just looking at this food.
Wow.
Ooh, we got some chicken dolce vita. This probably gonna
So-
be good.
Yo, just to clarify for Bleaks and for everybody else, next week we're gonna talk about the female heroes, right?
Yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like that idea very much.
So they they're gonna educate me on
And
them
villains.
and villains, yes, the female characters in the comics, heroes and villains, and they're gonna educate me and Show on it because like I said, I don't have a favorite. Maybe I could get a favorite at the end of it, and Bleaks is gonna come on and.
Once again, thanks to La Flaca for that becoming our topic.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks
yeah,
to Flocka.
And hope you okay, Flocka, because that shit. I saw the picture, man. That shit looks real.
Word.
That shit look real.
And we're gonna save some time for Michael B. Jordan talk also, Bleaks, so that we get to get that off your chest. Also,
It's gonna be a 2-minute conversation. Have fun.
that's right. Also, happy birthday, La Flaca. It's a birthday month. Cap's birthday. Cap's birthday was Saturday. So happy birthday to everybody there and everybody that has a birthday in September. And and on that note, it's your friendly neighborhood knucklehead signing out. Peace, everybody.
Love y'all, man. Great podcast, y'all.
Word. I pressed the fucking button. There you go. You would think it's voice activated every time I say that.
It should be at this point. Once you say that phrase, it cuts off.
Yeah, for real.
We're gonna need to cut that last little piece that I fucking thought, and then we just laughing at the end of every video. You just put that onto the end.
There you go. Perfect.
All right, y'all boys.
All right, bro.
Good conversation, guys.
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
Definitely. We need a better plan like this every week.
Couldn't agree more. But it's funny. We get philosophical and we get real. Nobody. It's like 3 people.
Yeah, Michael B. Jordan, everybody in the world.
All of a sudden, you don't like Michael B. Jordan. Hold up. Why not? gotta know this. No, you don't.
For real.
That has nothing to do with comics. It's a movie.